YouTube, Brad Phillips here. We've got something new and exciting. Ooh, it says it's fragile. Must be Italian. We're gonna cut it open right now and show you what's inside. You probably already know. It's from Omp Hobby, and yes, I know you guys are gonna be like, no, it's OMB Hobby. Whatever. Seems good enough to me. Ohio model products, right? Something like that?
I think so.
Oh boy. They put the receiver on the bottom of the box.
I think that was the top.
That's a little scary. Let's see. Hold on a sec. I gotta look at this and see what it is. Oh yeah! Sweet. It's just an overview of what's in there. But I am a little bit concerned about this receiver. If you guys order stuff from the link in the video description below, we'll have links to what we use in the video. But hopefully this one didn't.
It was on the top.
It was on the top?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it was on the top in the UPS truck?
Oh. Well, it's been on top since it got to our house.
Seems to have survived. We'll see. Okay, so we haven't used the Lemon RX receiver in forever. And so we'll link to this and so you guys can get one for yourself. Obviously, you know, we usually use Spectrum stuff. Nothing wrong with that. Obviously, these are good too. We've used them for years and had really good luck. So we said, let's just go ahead and offer something that you can buy in one stop. Because if you guys are going to 2 different websites, I'm sure it's kind of annoying because you might have to pay shipping twice or shipping once or whatever. Okay, I want this to slide out, but I want to be careful how it slides out. You might need to actually help me. Okay, I got an edge. At least now I can pull. Because you guys see what I'm talking about? It's just, it's got a lot of cardboard and there's nothing to hold on to. Okay, there we go. There we go. We're getting it done now.
Goodness gracious.
Okay.
There we go.
It's kind of heavy. All right, so now we've got this. This, of course, is gonna be mostly cardboard packaging because I believe Omp is doing that now. And
Looks like really heavy cardboard.
what?
It looks like really heavy cardboard on
Oh,
the
it's
outside.
definitely, it's like super thick corrugated
Yeah.
cardboard. It feels like wood.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm doing this right. Oh! I was not.
Oh.
There's like a wing spar or something that was lifting. So guys, this is why you watch unboxings, so you can not do that. I really hope I didn't damage the fuse. That would really make me mad. I don't think I did, but it's possible I did, and we're gonna find out in just a few minutes, so we're gonna show you that. So guys, ambiguous packaging. Note to self, manufacturers, please make notes that tell us what the heck to do. Like how are we supposed to know you can't fold that open like every other plane? Okay, so this is probably just a keeper for the packaging, okay? But now I'm scared because I'm super excited to do this plane. We've been trying to do this plane forever, but we lost contact with Omp. And then all of a sudden we got it back. So, okay, here goes nothing. All right, so we're gonna cut this out. We have been super impressed with the Omp products we've used in the past. I mean, for what they are, we did a few cheapies here and there that had their own issues, but we have done the Challenger some time ago and loved it. Or was it the Challenger?
Challenger, that sounds right.
Yeah, the Challenger. And then
yes.
this one is the Bushmaster.
Bushmaster.
And so we're super excited to do the Bushmaster. We've honestly been trying to do the Bushmaster for like probably 3 years and
At
just
least, yeah.
never could hear back from people. So we didn't know what the heck was going on. But now we're doing it. Look at that amazing carbon fiber spar. Oh man, that's thick.
Yeah, it is.
And beautiful tapered ends, that's always nice. Now, as you guys have probably already connected the dots, this is how the heck am I gonna get this thing out of here? It is a balsa wood plane, okay? So that's amazing in and of itself, but I'm just like, I'm not sure what the best way to open this is. This is like wood, guys.
I know, it's like
that is so strong.
It's so strong that Brian will save it and find something to do with it.
Yeah. I'm honestly not sure the best way to do it.
Are there like slits in the foam here? And then
There
like,
are,
those
but
come
I'm
out?
just like trying to be super careful because the wing is right there, guys. But you're right, camera crew. That's probably what you're supposed to do. Okay, I can live with that. And then maybe you kind of do the same thing here. Oh, there. Did I like open the wrong side? It doesn't look like I did.
The other side doesn't have tape. The bottom doesn't.
Okay. Well, anyway, guys, so part of the reason you watch unboxings is because you may need to learn something. Okay, so this is aluminum joiner rod.
Is that
very heavy?
For packaging?
Yeah, I think so. Just to hold the plane in position this direction, okay? Okay, so this is a real balsa wood plane. It's not an ARF, it's like a plug and fly. So that's really nice for guys like me that don't have the time to go ahead and build an ARF. I would like some ARFs, but the thing is, like, we just don't have time to do them. And every time we do an ARF, we end up disappointed because there's like way too much work to do and we just like can't afford the time. So I am super excited for this one because it looks like an amazing plane and I'm just hoping it's amazing. And look, I can already see I'm gonna like this plane. You wanna know why? Check this out.
Please tell me there's servos already installed.
Just hold on. Don't build yourself up to be let down. Oh, yes. First of all, I must say, it already feels glorious. The wing fences are catching my plastic, by the way.
Yes, there you go.
Guys, look how gorgeous that is. Oh my goodness. I love that you can see the wing ribs. So cool. Big, huge flap, big aileron. Look how tight that is.
Yeah, looks really nice.
And this is my favorite part right here. Look at this, guys. Oh yeah. Oh, I love it, so cool.
Brian lives to see another day.
What is the SG5 1205? It must be a 12-gram servo. Beautiful ball link hardware. Really nice, really nice. Okay, so that makes me happy.
Yes.
Because as you can see, it's dark out and it's been kind of a day already. I had to fix a bat house from an extension ladder. But don't worry, I wasn't quite 100 pounds over the weight limit.
Of the ladder.
Thank you, Christmas treats.
You're welcome.
So, if you look here, we have beautiful finish, no twist. Look how perfect that line is down the length. There's just a little teeny indisparity in the edge of the flat, but I don't think that's gonna be an issue at all. I mean, I'm talking like maybe a fifth of the thickness of that very thin control surface, so absolutely gorgeous. Okay, so let's keep going. We're gonna go right here, and we're gonna basically fold this out, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna try to cut it again. I'm being super careful. I don't wanna go through and damage the plane, so you guys gotta use a little bit of additional care on this one. And to be honest with you, it's coming out okay. It's just, you gotta do it in a certain order. You're not gonna get the pieces out, I don't think. Okay, so here we go. Absolutely loving these wings. Obviously, we saw the other wing. Show them this perfectly finished edge. Guys, if you know how to wrap this stuff and get that perfect of an edge, you're good, okay? Because this is a real wrap, and that is just near perfect. See, show them the imperfection there. It's almost indistinguishable around the edge like that. If I would have done this, you could see it from a mile away.
And you know what you can see from a mile away is the differentiation between top and bottom of the wing.
Oh, really? Okay.
Which I always
I'll take your word for it.
filming.
That's really good for visibility. I was just thinking that the top and bottom of the wings are really similar in color.
Well,
I mean,
the pattern is different though.
I love that it is a balsa wood plane. It's gonna hold up nicely. You're not gonna get a ton of hanger rash just because it's sitting there. And you know what, God forbid this thing sits for a few years and you gotta take a little heat gun to it and stretch the film out. You know, honestly, that's about what I expect on a plane that sits for 4 or 5 years. But for us, what happens is it sits with like 400 other planes, and then I cry every time I walk by because I have to go to work, and I'd really like to be flying that plane, and I just cry a little bit, and it's embarrassing. That's why I share it on my YouTube channel. Okay, so I'm just like, I might be cutting this out wrong, guys.
I wonder if that needs to come out next.
Oh, the horizontal stabilizer? I didn't even notice it. Okay, sweet. That looks absolutely gorgeous. This is the horizontal stabilizer, and it looks like we have some wing fences there as well. So this, of course, is the Bushmaster, and so we are super excited to do this. I cannot remember the exact size on this, but we'll find out here shortly.
In the box. I think it's like
It's a
65 inches or 69.
Okay, well, it's one of those things. But we'll find out if we can find a manual at some point. We'll bust that thing out too. Okay, so I did have a warning from the distributor that sent this out to us, and they were like, yeah, it's a little bit tricky to get the tail installed. So he was like, yeah, just give me a call if you have a problem or question that comes up. And so hopefully we will not lead you guys astray. But man, that is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful, guys. I'm loving it. Okay, absolutely beautiful. Look how perfect everything is. That is really phenomenal. CA hinges, as you can see. So we definitely don't have any pinch hinges on this. You can't do a pinch hinge. Carbon fiber. Control horn. Love it.
And we definitely didn't have to do them ourselves.
That is such a big deal for us. I mean, some of you guys might enjoy that. So, I mean, take it or leave it. For us, we hate doing those steps. And some of you guys might really, really enjoy it. So, I mean, we want you to take away the full truth and nothing but the truth. So help us God. When we do these reviews, we love bringing you the full details of what you can expect. These things, this is so light. It weighs like maybe a couple grams.
Yeah.
That is incredible. And I love that they make these balsa wood planes. They are so light. So you can squeeze a lot of life out of a smaller power source. But I don't even know this thing could have a huge power source. By the way, these things go in here. And so that's gonna be a little bit tricky. So I'm not sure exactly how that's gonna work, but that's where they go. Okay, so now looking back over here, we're gonna get back into it. Obviously, I'm not seeing any instructions yet. So we'll probably get those after it all comes apart out of the box. See this down here? This part I'm having to maybe cut because I have it otherwise released. That was super cool. I dropped it blade down into the hardwood floors. Yep, I cut the floor.
Great.
Good job, Brian. It's all right. I have my safety shoes on right now.
Yes, your steel-toed.
Invisible ones.
Invisible boots.
That's right. Safety socks too.
Safety socks.
Okay, here we go, guys. Oh, this is gonna be a good feeling. I just hope it's not broken. Because I'm scared, because the way I open the top, oh, that would suck so bad if I damaged it. I would not forgive myself for at least as long as it took to fix it. Okay, so that's free. That's free. This is free. Okay, so let's see if I can get my finger into the tail feathers opening. Nope, I'm not free. I gotta cut some more. Cut here. Cut here. Cut here. Goodness gracious. I guess I'm gonna have to take the cowl out first. Okay. I try not to do the money shot right at the beginning. Pulling out the fuse like that.
Oh, we're past the beginning.
Oh yeah, that looks so sweet. Those turbo exhausts.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that is so beautiful. And yes, they do have a backfield piece of cardboard to protect it in transit. This is now empty. That looks amazing and glorious. And by the way, look at the match on the color.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Near perfect, if not perfect. Loving it. All right, maybe we can get this out now. I don't know, I don't know for sure if it's gonna go. All right, trying again. Yes!
There you go.
I am caught on something still. What the heck am I caught on? Okay, hold on. The motor's attached down inside of here.
Oh.
Why the heck is a motor in there? What the heck kind of voodoo magic do you have to do to get this thing out?
Is it in there or is it?
No, it's seriously in there. It's plugged on. So there's blue or black to black. Well, I guess we'll have to figure out what direction it goes. Yeah. It is genuinely plugged in, guys. So I had to unplug it to get this thing out. Stop. Okay.
There you go.
Now I can pick it up. Okay, so this thing is awesome. Don't know if I have to, I think I'm gonna cut it this way. Oh yeah, there it is, guys. Oh yeah, look at that. So gorgeous. Look at this, clear windows. You know how often you get clear windows on a balsa wood plane? The answer is never. Or, well, that's not true. You do sometimes.
Rarely.
Especially on this scale. That is just absolutely gorgeous. They're spring loaded, hatch access on the top. Wow, this thing is way nice. Okay, here we go. You got it? Mm-hmm. Just gonna push this plastic down. Okay, so just everywhere you see like a bandage, that's something that you need to protect. Look at the ventral fin, that's pretty cool. On a prop plane, we don't see that very often. Absolutely looks amazing. I'm just gonna bring this over here. Okay. So it does look like we're gonna have a little bit of work ahead of us on the nose, but shouldn't be anything too crazy. Okay, just looking inside the box, we're mostly empty. We've got a few components back here. Got omp propeller. You know what? I got a motor over here, but I'm like, how the heck are you supposed to get this out? It's like literally glued in there. I really don't understand this packaging. I've never seen anything quite like it, and we've seen Dynams. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Oh, jeez. By the way, this stuff is sharp. Be careful, like it's scratching me. So be careful. I don't know if you need to wear like a coat or something when you're doing this. This is ridiculously hard to get out. Why would the motor be, how would you do that properly?
I don't know. I think you just have to keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I guess if I have a vote for what I didn't like about this plane, this would be the first thing.
Yep.
I hope there's nothing more because it looks absolutely gorgeous. But goodness gracious, guys. We do a lot of unboxings. This is hard. Like, I'm a strong guy and I'm having a hard time doing this. Oh. Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, I'm glad that we have an awesome motor mount that is protecting it and stuff, but my gosh, that's like ridiculous. Like, there's no obvious way to get it out either, because it's literally glued in there. And that is a big old motor. Okay, so now I'm gonna squish the foam. I still can't get it. Maybe I can gently pull. There we go. Got it. Okay. Look at that. Got black stuff on me. Oh, wow. Sunny Sky X352-7, 560 kV. RC Sunny Sky. Sunny Sky would be synonymous with OMP or Ohio model products. And then this set screw there. Spacer, that is a big motor, and it's got some really cool machining on it. Kind of excited for this, but at the same time, I hate the packaging. That was not cool. And this thing was plugged in, guys. It wasn't like it was just loose in there. Like, I had to unplug it to get it out, so don't accidentally break your motor pulling the thing out. I didn't break the fuse, which is great.
Right.
Because when I took that top off, that bar had to come out straight.
Yep.
This bar had to come out straight, and I pulled it at an angle. Now, let's look and see what else is down here. Okay. So I am going to attempt to do this in a non-stupid way, but this is a whole box thing. It's an insert, okay? So if you get the insert loose, this looks like the way I would ship something if I was shipping something.
It does.
Oh man. Okay, so there's a tray down here. Okay. This whole tray does come out. Okay.
Oh, nice.
So that's not bad. But I'm serious, guys. Like, this is like a box. It's like a wooden crate almost. Look at this. This thing is strong enough to like hold me. That's just weird. Oh, goodness gracious. I feel like I'm opening something from the Temple of Doom. All right. Or the temples, what am I trying to say? The Last Crusades.
Oh. I was thinking some sort of Egyptian sarcophagus thing.
Yeah. I was just thinking of some old artifact that's been shipped like 100 years ago or something. Okay, so this is going to be balsa wood here, so I got to be super careful about the finish. So I'm going to try to kind of put my knife to this edge, see if I can cut the edge, see if that releases it. Hey, that actually worked pretty good. It's the first thing I've done so far that's worked good. I had no idea that this unbox would be such a big deal. This is a pretty intense unbox, but I'm very excited about the plane. It looks amazing. This is the rudder. Yes, you do have to glue that in. Not uncommon, because otherwise the box has to be considerably larger. And by the way, guys, if you think this box is actually pretty compact for how big of a plane it is. Look, they've protected both sides. We have control horns on both sides, guys. Look at this. It's a pull-pull system. So pull-pull system, meaning these things will attach and it will pull one side or the other. Okay. Absolutely gorgeous. This thing weighs like nothing. Just super cool. So absolutely gorgeous plane so far. Amazed by that. But also really annoyed with how hard it is to unpack the thing. So double-edged sword, I'd rather have beautiful and protected and have some special words to share about how hard it is to open.
You only have to take it out of the box once.
Yeah, that's true. That's totally true, Camper. All right, so we got some Sunny Sky decals in here next to the prop. And looks like we got some wing struts here, just kind of being careful, rolling it off the tape. Okay. That's pretty cool. Looks like we've got some sort of a spacer there. 14.7E prop, looks like a nice prop. Would like to see a wood prop on a plane of this beauty, but we'll go with it, that's fine. 14.7 is a big prop, make no mistake, guys. Okay. Goodness gracious. Okay, and then this, wing struts. All right, so folks, when you watch an unbox build radio setup on other channels, it's usually already done for you. And I'm not trying to poo-poo that. It's just that we want you to see how much work or not work there is. These things look nice. Aluminum.
Ooh, they're pretty.
Pinched and painted beautifully. Absolutely gorgeous. And these, of course, are going to be the wing struts. And they do have a shape like an airfoil, which is pretty sweet. I've got some sticky on here. Looks like we have a little bit of sticky from the packaging. Okay. And then you can see which way they were supposed to go then. So I'm just gonna put them over here. And the camera crew is gonna get me that foam and I'm gonna put it over here. If you're gonna throw it in there. Okay, landing gear are obviously in here. We have a spinner and then we have some spinner adapters and different things in this bag. Let's just go ahead and see if we can get the landing gear out. Curious to see how rock hard these tires are. My guess is probably very, very hard.
Probably.
We've been kind of on a gripe mission with all the manufacturers. Ooh, gorgeous landing gear. Carbon fiber. That's beautiful. Show them up close.
Oh, wow.
Look at the strength and lightness of this. Absolutely gorgeous. Got a little bit of flex to it. Look at that machined part down there. That's so cool. And then same thing over here. But look, they're not as rock hard as some, but I mean, it's still not going to be soft enough to really make a big impact. Right. That being said, if you have a plane that floats down, sometimes it's not as big a deal. If you have a plane that wants to crash down, you're going to need a lot of suspension. This plane looks like it's probably going to be pretty floaty. I think it is going to be considered a STOL plane. Short takeoff or landing. That's what STOL stands for. Gosh. Okay. Spinner. All right, as you can see, got some different adapters there. Aluminum backer. Let's see how this goes. And some of these inserts to help make up. Okay, aluminum. Got texture here, front and back. Designed for a two blade. Couple of hex drives, looks like 2.5 millimeters, possibly. That is gonna be absolutely gorgeous up against that finish. So we'll just put those there. Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting close, guys. We only got one nut and bolt sack left. All right, let's try to untape this actually, because I don't want to accidentally cut and throw something away that I'm intending to keep. Ugh, okay. Let's see what's going on here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do the nice way. I think I have to do it the kind of the nasty way.
Okay.
Because it's just like so taped up. See, it's ripping the bag. Okay. All right, folks. There you have it. The thing is out of the package mostly. Okay, we got some Velcro here. Looks like we got the hook and the loop side, which is good. We've got another prop adapter, which is kind of strange. I don't know why we have that. We've got some screws and bags. They're separated. That's amazing.
That's nice.
And look, that was not much.
Not very many screws.
Holy cow. Look at all those spacers. Hardware for 65-inch Bushmaster. It's a 65-inch. Okay, beautiful. So I gotta say, and then we've got some cables, looks like extension cables or Y cables. Let's find out right now. These, of course, are gonna be for later in the radio setup, which we do on this channel. We show the entire radio setup. A singular keeper clip, which is nice, as opposed to the dual. They seem to get caught a little bit more, but the singulars still are maybe a little bit less robust on keeping. Okay, so love that. Wish they were soft tires, guys. Soft tires are kind of what we've been asking for lately, haven't been getting them. And obviously it's gonna be something that we keep griping about until we do get them. But that being said, it doesn't necessarily mean there's something wrong with this plane because it doesn't have soft tires, but you'll notice it in the landings and we'll point that out. Greasy landings are still something you can do, just takes a little bit more work. So we're gonna take this spinner out. Feel how light this is. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Just like nothing to it. I'm gonna just put this on here just in case. I kind of assume we won't need to do it, but you could use that as a jam nut if you needed. So that's kind of handy. This apparently is for the fuse, and then this must be for landing gear. I mean, there's like, that's it, guys. Look at that.
That's amazing.
That is not bad for basically what's gonna end up being an ARF.
Right.
Now, I do think this rod, this is a rod that was placeholder in the packaging. I don't think we actually need it, but I'm gonna go ahead and lay it over here just in case. And then we might actually take a second, reset, and come right back. All right, so we got everything kind of unboxed. We disassembled the packaging, which was ridiculous. We usually disassemble our packaging, and this thing was like taking apart a crate. So anyway, so we have the elevator and horizontal stabilizer, and this is like a weird spot in the instructions. So we put the instructions on the new TV, which is amazing, wonderful. We could do that. We have our mouse over here, so it's super nice. And what we did was, this didn't come with instructions, which to be honest with you, I don't like. I want instructions printed. I don't wanna have to look up instructions, but top, okay? Obviously, because this is down and you can see this linkage here, okay? So what you have to do is you have to evidently stick this in here upside down, correct?
I believe so.
And then, because this is gonna be on this side, and then once you get back here, then you flip it around like that.
Yes.
So, I mean, it really isn't that big a deal. I didn't think it was that hard. We have done some planes that were really confusing. That was actually not bad. Although I did have, honestly, I had a warning, okay?
Right.
They warned us about that. They said you do have to do that. Now, also, you have to be careful about the order you do this, because if you try to slide that in and you haven't, and by the way, it's keyed in there beautifully. Like, I don't have to worry about squaring it at all. It just is.
Your top piece is upside down, though, the one closer to me.
Ah, shoot. See, we're just talking about how easy it was.
Well, it was.
It was easy. If you would have done it right, is what you're saying?
That's not what I said.
That's what you're thinking. Top. Okay.
I had just said all the yellow goes up. That's the only reason I noticed.
Okay, no, but you're right, and I'm glad you caught that. Thank you. So this is gonna push forward, and then as you can see, these CA hinges will line back up, okay? So we're gonna have to have CA stuff, but I wanna get these wing fences in place before I even think about that, because these things need to be in here too. And so as you can see, it's kind of like you have to do it all in the right order. Now, I also want to point out something. The main wings do come off with wing nuts, okay? Right here. It's actually a wing bolt. And then this would be the wing joiner. And then there will be, see how this unscrews? So it reminds me, I have a couple of sailplanes that are large and are really high quality, and they have something like this going on. Okay, and then of course the carbon fiber wing spar will go between the two and then pass through the fuse. Okay, so that's hits the bottom. So a lot easier to do without that in place. And then of course the wing strut goes here. So it's gonna be a pretty easy assembly. The biggest thing is getting that tail section in and the horizontal stabilizer in first. Then you can move on to this. Now, I noticed that my tape was broke free of this. I may have done it on my own, but just don't lose these two. I taped them back down because the pull-pull system, if you go up and show them inside, you should just be able to reach right over the top. Yep. You can see the pull-pull system, okay? So the servo's kind of moving a little bit. So just be careful. If you get a pull-pull system that gets pulled back through, it's kind of a pain sometimes to pass them through these things. So a couple things to keep in mind. And of course the pull-pull system is going to go through here. And then I don't know if we tie a knot on it or what the instructions exactly say. But I have done a number of different things up to and including soldering these if they're metallic and if you can wick solder into them. Now remember, this isn't a foam plane, so it's maybe not as critical as you might have on a foam plane. It's always a little bit scary to solder right next to a foam structure. We've used like pieces of steel or little pieces of aluminum to help sink the heat. I mean, aluminum doesn't sink very good, but it does help protecting wise. And then also we took this off camera, and I just wanted to point out, this is the only flimsy piece we've seen so far. And this, of course, is the part that you have to take on and off over and over again. So a little bit disappointed with that. I'm gonna show you the disappointment here. As you can see, this slides on, okay? Now I'm gonna say it looks dang good. Don't get me wrong, it looks great and it is beautiful and there is support underneath it. But when you go to release this, don't just pull straight up. See? Yeah. Once you pull up, pull back, and then it releases. Now that's easier said than done with the wings off. But once your wings are on, it may be a little bit less obvious. Now, also the other thing is, as we kind of go through this build, I don't want to forget to mention this, but this is where your wing joiners are going to go. You're going to pass, this is a carbon fiber spar. It passes through a carbon fiber spar that is glued. And I noticed that there's carbon fiber all the way down the length in multiple places, all the way down the length of this plane. So this plane is light, guys, light, which is great. Light planes generally fly good, and usually you can get away with a lot smaller power system and have excellent performance. But if you put a big power system like you get in a foamy of this size like we have here, then you have a 3D capable plane, more or less. Now, I'm not sure if that's the objective of this plane or not. I don't prefer 3D planes. I prefer just basically scale flying planes. And then sometimes it's nice to have unlimited vertical, things like that, which of course you wouldn't have in real life on any of the planes that we fly if they're a scale plane. But the thing is, or maybe in a jet you might have unlimited vertical, but it's very uncommon to have unlimited vertical in a real plane. But this is super cool, and I think it's gonna be ultra powerful because we still haven't figured out what size LiPo it takes. And I'm certain that you could run it on 4, probably 5 or 6 because the ESC is capable of 6S. But I'm not 100% sure that the motor is capable of it. It is an 80 amp ESC with an XT60, which I did think was a little bit cringeworthy because it is such a large amount of current on an XT60. Even though an XT60 can generally handle a little bit more than that, I wouldn't necessarily want to push it. But I'm still going to use it because that's what it came with. And we want to show you how it performs in its stock configuration. After all, this is not a cheap plane, but it is a very nice plane. This is, I mean, well, we've done $600 planes. We've got one right there. And we do them all the time. But at the end of the day, this is a $600 plane, but it's gonna last a long time because balsa wood planes are high quality. They're gonna be generally better. And plus, this is like an ARF. If you buy an ARF and you're spending, say, $350 or $400 on a kit, but this is like a plug and play, guys. That's a good value because by the time you buy all the electronics, you're gonna be way into it for like $900,000 on this size class.
This is available in an actual ARF.
Yes, you
too,
can get it as an ARF. But that's
the
part of
link,
the reason why I'm telling you that
Yeah.
is because if you look at the ARF and you're like, oh, that's so much cheaper, or you're new to the hobby or you're just coming back to the hobby, don't forget all that stuff adds up quick.
Yes.
And they've done a really nice job on the stuff they've picked, and that's definitely important. You know, if you want to pick something incredible, even more expensive, then you can do that. This is a really detailed prop. Look at that finished edge there. Beautiful. And then really sharp on the back. That's where you get a lot of your efficiency. Very clean finish. Absolutely gorgeous. It says EOLO, ELO, and it says 14.7 here. Of course, that's going to be forward facing. Of course, it's going to be counter rotating as usual, and or counterclockwise rotation. So that's pretty standard stuff. And that's going to go into the front. So super excited to get this thing put together. Now, I must say, I'm not sure we're going to continue tonight just because we're almost out of evening. We got to eat. We got the family's hungry. But I am super excited to get this put together. So I think I want to do some of it. I'm just not sure if I want to do epoxy or if I want to do CA. They said to use 505 glue.
502, yeah.
502?
Something.
And so I'm not exactly sure what they mean by that. I'm assuming they mean CA, but you're going to want thin wicking CA on these joints here, so it can wick, and then you can slide that in. But remember, you have to have all this stuff done first. So what I might end up doing, and I usually don't do this, is I might actually use epoxy to put this together because it's such a high quality plane. I almost feel like I'm, you know, really shortchanging it if I don't. So sure, you could probably get away with CA, it'd be fine. You're definitely not going to use mucilage on something like this, but I really want a good finished product. And this is not a huge amount of contact area, even though it's mechanically stout. It fits together. It doesn't have any alignment issues here, because as you can see, once we slide that in, if you look from the end, it is perfectly square. And that's what I like about models, was when you get these things and they're squared up for you and you don't have to sit there. That's where the skill comes in. And if you don't have the skill, you end up with a bad result and the plane doesn't even fly straight. So that's super important to me. And then I was also taking note of this. They've got this cardboard in here, just kind of hold this in place while it's not, obviously that's gonna come out fiberglass cowl, and it's big. But the thing is, what's cool about that is you also have active vents there. Oh. So that's really cool. So the air can come in, come back out, and it can come in and then go through the fuse. You have a big open fuse here, but then they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 screwed pre-drilled holes. Again, really nice. We don't always see that on ARFs. You're gonna have to make all those decisions. Now, I'm not saying it's like impossible to measure, mark, and get good results. A lot of you guys are very skilled builders, and you'd have no problem doing that. So maybe you wanna buy the ARF so you can enjoy some more fun in the build, but for me, the less, the better. So as you can see, we've got that thing emptied out, and they did come with some nice stickers, which is pretty cool. Sunny sky, and then this prop. So I don't think I'm gonna use those decals. I don't even know if I'm gonna use these decals, because this plane is absolutely gorgeous, and I sort of feel like I'm gonna taint it, but we always end up using decals. So guys, without further ado, we're gonna pause and we're gonna talk and figure out what we're doing and then come right back. Okay, so I'm gonna renege on my epoxy because I was just thinking about how tight this fit is, and if I use epoxy, I'm gonna have a harder time getting the epoxy into the joint. So I'm gonna go ahead and just go with CA, and if I have any questions about it, then I'm going to come back and use epoxy. Now, some of you are probably thinking, why aren't you cutting off the covering? Here's why, and this is something that is a personal judgment call. You probably wanna cut off the covering for the best results. But in our case, we've never had a problem with the plane coming loose, ever. And we've done hundreds of planes. Now, we have admittedly not done a ton of balsa wood planes. So you may find that that's a better option for you, okay? And the way you would do that is you would just cut off any place where it's gonna touch. But I've also found that when the covering is so perfect like this, it really doesn't make a big difference in my personal experience. So because of that, I am going to act on what I know, and I'm gonna tell you, don't do it yourself. Do it your way. Okay, so whatever you think is right, you can do that. You don't have to watch Brian Phillips RC and copy every aspect of the builds, but you also have to put it in context of the fact that I have 350 of these things in the basement. And so that does change the way that you sometimes build things. Okay, so my tip is seized up, big surprise. If you guys have ever used CA, then you'll have that same problem. I have so much different CAs that it's hard to keep up with. And in this case, I like to use Kicker to speed up the process, but I think I'm gonna probably maybe opt to not use Kicker. The other thing that's a really cool thing you can do if you haven't done it is to use wood glue and actually cut off that film and use wood glue and then just a little bit of CA to hold it in place while the wood glue works. That's usually what you'll do if you're doing a kit. So I'm just gonna try my best. I'm gonna get some glue in there. I'm gonna glue this surface here. And I gotta say, I was so impressed with how much glue they used to actually hold all the packaging together on this plane. It was ridiculous taking it apart. I felt like I needed to get a hammer so I could break it. Now, camera crew is gonna go and actually get me a paper towel while I let this glue run so I don't make a huge mess. My apologies, camera crew. I should have probably warned you about that. And so what I'm doing is I'm just kind of hitting the high points and I'm just letting the glue run its course, okay? And what you can do is, because you have to have all this stuff kind of inside, one thing to keep in mind is that you do want to keep the CA cleaned up as you're working, okay? So I'm gonna slide this down and I'm gonna slide this forward. As it goes forward, it's gonna eventually engage the front. And I'm just gonna really be picky about looking all the way around it. And that's important to me because I want a good finished job. And then I'm gonna take this glue and I'm gonna run it along the top of the wing. So if you give them a shot over my right shoulder, you'll be able to see. I'm running the CA in, and then I'm running the CA on the other side. Now this is where the plane stand comes in really handy because you can see I've tipped it up at an angle so that the glue will kind of run where it needs to go. Okay, now, the other thing that's nice about this is that I have time and I have access to what I need to do next, which is the wing fences, okay? But before you get onto the wing fences, you better double check that you're not dripping CA all over the place. And so just give it a quick once over, okay? That looks good. Now I'm gonna take this glue and I'm actually gonna go along this spot here. You see this spot here? I'm gonna run it on the inside and just let that drip down. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna find that surface right here. Now you could use thin CA if you want it to go a little quicker. And you guys you're probably cringing that I didn't take the film off. I know you are, don't worry, it's okay. It's gonna be okay, guys. And if my tail breaks off, then you can all laugh respectively, but it's not gonna break off. We have never had that happen. The other thing is the amount of surface area is tremendous on this, so I really like this build. Same thing here. For best results, cut that off. I'm just going straight over it like that, and then I'm just gonna literally go straight onto it. And some of you guys are really cringing on that, and I understand. I don't wanna hurt your feelings. So now I'm gonna take some Kicker, and only on these ones because they have a vertical mount. I wanna make sure I don't drip CA in my living room on the floor, okay? So I'm just gonna let that CA wick through the joint, or excuse me, the Kicker. And I know it's hard to get a view of this. I hope you're getting up close so they can see, camera crew.
Yeah, I'm under the wing.
See how I just dripped that. Now the beauty of it is if you're careful and you're quick, then all you have to do is come back under here with a Q-tip and grab any of your excess. And then basically I'm just gonna hold this wing fence at the angle I'd like and let that work. I'm actually gonna run and grab a couple of Q-tips as the camera crew continues to watch glue dry. I'll give you a play-by-play of what I can see. And as you can see, we're gonna have a nice clean finish. And that's why I love using the film as my bonding point. Now, trade-off, as you already know, is that your strength is gonna be a little bit less because you're not actually bonding wood to wood, you're bonding wood to covering with glue, bonding the covering to the wood below. But this is all trapped in a joint. And so for that reason, I'm comfortable doing it. Now, I would never build the frame like that, but these are two finished parts. So I wanna get the best possible results with the least amount of effort and also show you guys some tricks. Now, you don't have to do it this way. In fact, I recommend that you go ahead and score this up and go crazy on it and really just make it a nice joint and have a very, very sturdy joint. But I have also made mistakes when I'm cutting away film. And so I have learned from my mistakes, which are numerous, And some of those mistakes have led me to make changes to the way that I construct airplanes. It's not because there isn't better ways or different ways. It's just because that's what I've done in the past and had good success with it. Also, I may not be as hard on my planes as some of you guys might, and partly it comes from the amount of times that we fly our planes. So if this is going to be your second plane and you're learning, first of all, I probably wouldn't spend this much on a plane if it's your second plane, because it's probably not going to look this good very quick or for very long. And that's not anything against you. It's that is true of any pilot, including myself. So planes flown by new pilots don't tend to stay in good shape long. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to go ahead and just show you guys here. I'm going to just try to get this thing situated by going vertical and then going right over like this. And as you can see, our next move is going to be to get that actually attached. But I just want to show you, look at that. It's already held together, guys. That is an incredible and quick and fairly easy, and I haven't dripped CA all over my kitchen floor, but I did drop a knife into it. Congratulations, me. All right, cool. So the next move is to get glue into these joints. Now, I'm gonna show you a trick I do, and this is not necessarily the easiest, best, or only way you can do it, but it's the way I've done it in the past, okay? I have this little bottle. You can see there's CA in there, and some of you guys are like, just put it in the fridge. I've had terrible luck with that. I've never had it work in the whole time I've been alive in my life. Some of you guys have had great luck with it. Congratulations, okay? See this tip? It's on a bottle that's squished dry. Okay, and you're like, why are you even showing us this, Brian? Because this is expensive glue. This was $20.99 on sale from 30. It's probably never 30, but anyway, so if this was, and this is supposed to be ultra fine. Of course, as you can see, it didn't spill at all because it's dry, okay? So what I do is I keep this good tip will help me to have a good tip when I need a good tip. Because if your tip is dirty, you need to clean it.
Yes.
And that works with some glues, but it does not work with other glues. Now, I'm just gonna show you this tip. Now, you can do this a million different ways. You can actually buy tip agents that you, like tips that go out and they're very skinny, and just throw them away as you use them, or use them up like maybe for one build session. And that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't wanna poo-poo you if you got a great system for doing what you want, but this is more of just a tip for the beginners. I keep these and they help me to knock out just a little teeny bit of residual. See that residual on the end? Okay. And then all I do is I just take this thing and I just keep those things. You can get like a pack of 200 for like about 10 bucks. And those are big ones, but you got to get a good strong needle. So this is now clear. And why are these in a bag? Because you'll notice that, these are stored in my basement, so it's cooler, but it's not anything. See, look at that. See how it's still watery? This stuff would be even more like water if it was brand new. And again, $20, right? This is $20 worth of glue when I bought it, so it's probably worth like $457 now. Okay, that tip is not cut, okay? You wanna know why? Because this cap does not seal that shut.
Right.
It's sort of kinda stops it from spilling, but it doesn't seal it. So I keep this, and I keep this, and I cap it when I'm done. But what I do is I switch the lids, okay? Again, you're gonna think, what a stupid idea. Congratulations if you have a better way. This is the way I've done it for years and had reasonably good success, okay? So now I can actually, I don't even need to take this off. I was just showing you how I do it. Now, you do not wanna spill this on your kitchen counter. That is a good way to end up dead.
Yes.
Not from chemical reactions, just from pure murder, right? Hatred and murder.
Yeah. And also, you're not putting that in our fridge, so you're gonna have to
I'm
figure
not
out a way to make it work. Our fridge
Maybe
is
I
full.
could get a fridge for just this area.
Sure, that's fine.
So, as you know, this is empty, except it's full. That's what $20 worth of froze up glue looks like.
Right.
Now, this will run like water. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slide this forward so that it's over our at least the hard surface. And I'm actually gonna go ahead and be a smart feller, not a fart smeller. And I'm gonna slide all this crap forward. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna literally put a piece of cardboard on the island here. Now, conveniently, oh, hi, Ash. Ash is our largest, laziest, chunkiest of the feline species in our home.
Yes.
Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this together and then I'm gonna wick glue into these. 1, 2, 3, and 4, okay? Now you can see these things are solid. They're not moving at all. We obviously have our ends secured. Let's just verify. Yep, secured. And we don't have to mess with them, okay? They're done, they're fine. If you wanna mess with them, you wanna do you know, some other product that's a little bit more robust, a little stronger, that's fine. I'm not trying to poo-poo that, but I'm not doing it. So you see this, guys? CA hinges, slide them in one at a time, and you're like, but Brian, you don't have any glue on there. How's it gonna hold? Don't worry, hold your horses. Okay, sliding that on, sliding this on, and then sliding this. These are nice CA hinges. They're nice because there's only one point of entry. Okay, now I'm gonna look here, big gap, here, tight. Okay, so I'm gonna just slide it over just a hair. Now I'm gonna push this all the way in, and then I'm gonna say, okay, do I have clearance, 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 clearance? Yes, we're good. Now I'm gonna push it tight, and I'm gonna see if I get the same. Good, good, okay? You do want that joint as tight as you can get and still get enough clearance to do it. Okay, you see what I'm talking about? Now watch this, watch this. Boom, bang, okay? Boom, bang, had a bubble there. Watch this, boom, bang, let it run in. Now, the older this crap gets, the harder it flows. That stuff should flow like literal water, okay? This stuff is BSI. It is a foam safe thin, okay? Odorless is the technical terminology for foam safe. If you got, I think the other one is, purple is not foam safe, but it's medium. And I think it's blue if it's not foam safe. And that stuff will eat a plane like that for lunch, okay? Literally. Even some of the EPOs will get eaten by that foam safe thin, okay? So just be careful. And especially if you throw some kicker on there, you'll be screwed, okay? So be careful with your chemicals, guys, and don't splash that in your face. You will regret it. Don't get it on your fingers. Most of us have done that. I already have some CR on me. Okay, now that that's done, we're just gonna kinda let it sit for a second. In a perfect world, you would have, you know, just have a margarita or, you know, drink a non-adult beverage and wait for that stuff to set. But in our case, we're gonna flip it over and look for drips. Oh. I see no drips. That is a wonderful thing, guys. So what are we gonna do now? We're gonna go ahead and grab the other side of the hinge, and we're just gonna spray some in there. Oops, I sprayed it the wrong spot. I hate it when that happens. Okay, so we're just, you see it just goes right in. I mean, you can't stop it from going between the two sides, right?
Right.
It just happens.
I thought you were gonna be nice and help me down.
No.
Okay.
Do things while I walk by. Okay, so now the next thing I'm gonna do, well, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I have to wipe my crack and clean it.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I know.
You're on your own for that.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, so now I'm going to, and by the way, be careful, don't dump that over.
No.
And yes, you can see how it's squished. That's because I squished the air out before I put it in the bag with the unopened cap. And then it's like, you know, it lasts for a long time. It does not last forever, believe me. It still dries out in the tube. And then of course you wanna make sure that all your control surfaces and your linkages are not gonna trip you up, because there will be a time when you're gonna be like, oh crap, I made a mistake. Like when you put your wing on upside down. I did not do that. The camera crew caught that, thank goodness. Okay, so the next thing we have to do is put the rudder on. So everything's glued. We don't have to kicker that or anything. We could use accelerant, but I would not use Instaset on this joint. I would let it set and soak in and wick as long as you can let it. So if that's overnight, even better. It's unusual that it needs to be overnight, but it is better if you can, okay? Now we're gonna flip this over, put it back on the plane stand, but this time we're gonna make the nose go up just a little bit so we can see this just a little bit better. I'll probably put it at a slight angle, but remember, we're gonna be doing the exact same glue job that we just did, okay? So we got our pull system here. I do think it's unusual to use ball hinges on there. It seems sort of unnecessary, but you know, I'm always okay with higher quality than necessary. Okay, so we're gonna slide into the crack. Oh yeah, that feels good. Wowzers, oh my goodness. Okay, so we're in there. Okay, Look at this perfect line, guys.
That's really good.
It's really good. I'm loving it. I am really impressed with this plane. Show them from over here. This looks so cool. With the light behind it, you can see the construction. Everything is so light. It's hard to articulate how light stuff is. Well, I mean, I could just use a scale. I mean, I'm a scale guy, for God's sake. It's easy to articulate how light something is, but it's hard to articulate it without showing a scale. How about that? But then that would be mindless information. It's like, you know, how many elephants does it take to cover New York City? It's 14 million elephants. I hate it when they do that on TV shows.
I know.
It's like 43,000 747s is how big the deck of this aircraft carrier is. And I'm like, how big is that? How would you say how many feet long it is?
Normal measurement.
Yeah. So anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna lay this down. We're gonna look at two surfaces. One here, we're gonna look for squareness here. We're gonna look for gap here, so it's even here to here. And we're gonna look for here. I need to come back toward me just a hair. So now that I've got that sort of where I think it's gonna work, I'm gonna situate this so you guys can see a little bit better, or otherwise I would just do it vertical. Just kind of pull that open and just let that wick in. Be a little bit more sparing this time. And remember, you want it to wick in, so if you're gonna rush it, it may not wick in the way you want, okay? And this is going like so smooth. I was thinking this would be like a 10-hour build or something.
Shouldn't have said anything though.
Knock on wood.
So far, that's just cardboard still.
Oh, shucks. This plane looks amazing though.
It really does.
Oh, by the way, the battery tray, all carbon fiber. It's pretty sweet. It's totally sweet. Okay, other side. Here we go, guys. So if you're new to Brian Phillips RC, what we do here on this channel is we help people to avoid becoming a statistic, also known as a one and done, where you buy the wrong plane, you start into a hobby that's expensive as it is, and you get super discouraged and quit after only one airplane. That's one of our biggest things here on Brian Phillips RC. So if you've seen this plane, you're like, you know what, I could do that as a beginner. You know what, we're gonna help you to learn why that's a bad decision, okay? Because this is an expensive plane. You don't have to spend this much money to be in the air. This is an amazing plane and you're gonna love it in a couple of years, I promise you. Now, if you're a skilled pilot that's coming back to the industry and you have been out for, since you had kids and they're, off to college now, and so you're good to go, you've got some free time under your belt and you wanna start doing this again, totally makes sense. But at the same time, even for you, it would be cool for you to get something easier. Now I'm gonna show you this real quick. I'm gonna squeeze the air out and just close that down, right? So look at that, guys. Now there's less opportunity for this to fail because it's literally in factory packaging. And then I put it in here with another like chemical. It'd be better if it was just kind of by itself, but there's only so much room in our house, okay? And then I'm gonna take this, okay? And this one's the one that it's frozen up. And we're gonna put the cap that we used tonight back on. So if you're coming back to the hobby, we'll help get you up to speed on technology because it has changed more than a little. I'm talking it's changed so much that you pretty much can't use any electronics from your previous experience. In fact, you can't hardly even use some of the gassers are even hard to use, but you can use them. So if you've got an old gasser, then you should be able to use it, but you're gonna have to upgrade a lot of the electronics just to be in compliance with some of the FCC rules. But at the same time, we wanna help you get there. It's not overwhelming. It's actually a lot cheaper than you probably remember because we're talking about transmitters that can do everything you ever wanted, and they're a couple $100, And then we have transmitters that are ready to flies that are about 10 times better than what you were getting in your Futaba, 4-channel that cost, or your Airtronics that cost you $1,000 back in the 90s. So you're gonna be very happy with what's available in the radio systems, and you're also gonna be very disappointed by some of the Chinese garbage that we have to sort through. And that's what we do for all of you guys. Whether you're brand new to the hobby, trying to stop you from being one and done, or you're coming back to the hobby, or you're just a general hobbyist that's been doing it for years and you're just going right along, or you've been doing it for like 8 years, about like me, and you're just kind of like onto your 400th plane or whatever it is. We're here to help you guys learn how to get the most out of your RC budget as well. And that's, how do we do that? We help you know what's good and what's not. Now, that does mean that we review a lot of planes that end up being questionable. But we leave that up to you because everybody has reasons for what they're buying or not buying. And we're just gonna show it the way it is. That means we do long format content, which means we get killed by YouTube because they want everybody to do entertainment videos that are, you know, the stupid crap that you see all over in the trending reels and shorts and all this junk. And, you know, you got like 5 seconds of attention getting, you know, half-dressed women. And then over here, you might get like a cool shot of an RC car, which gets me excited, but still, it doesn't really tell you anything. You don't learn much from like, oh, that's cool looking. No, what we do here is we show you how they really work. We show you how we got it to that point. And then you guys can make up your own mind. You're like, oh, well, you're sponsored or whatever. Well, not really, but we do get the planes free and we get hundreds of them for free. So there's nothing new there. And not only that, but then they pay us when we sell them. So guys, it is a career path I'm looking forward to. I work a day job just like you, and I've been doing it for 17 plus years. I've been doing it for a long time, okay? The money we have did not come from doing this. It came from working our butts off doing other things. But we love this, and we wanna bring it to you right in the, you know, comfort of your own home or sitting on the toilet, watching it on your cell phone or whatever it is you do when you're watching these 3-hour videos. And people will think you died if you watch a whole one on the toilet. I'm just gonna warn you right now. But at the end of the day, you can fast forward, skip ahead, you know, ask questions in the comments. We'll do our best to get to you. But we love doing this. And when you buy these things from our links in the video description below, you're supporting me, you're supporting my wonderful wife of many, many years. I can't even say how many years because it's gonna age us. But you'll be supporting us with the commissions that come from the manufacturers, distributors, and affiliates that we work with. Okay, so we're always totally upfront with you, and we tell you what we see, we tell you what was bad about it, and what was good about it. And so that means that some affiliates don't want to work with us because they're afraid we're gonna let their dirty laundry out, and we have. So anyway, but also the Diamond people have been very good to us, and they have actually largely stopped carrying them because they were so bad. So sometimes the affiliates want to do the right thing and sometimes they don't. But at the end of the day, if we're still working with them and we've been consistently working with them, there's a pretty good telltale sign that they're a decent company to work with. Because guess what? We talk about people having bad experiences. We film having bad experiences. We film having manufacturer defects. It's what we do. Because really, we don't answer to them, we answer to you. And at the end of the day, we want you guys to get more bang for your buck. So anyway, enough about me. Let's get this thing built. I said we were going to do the tail section. Tail section's done, but why don't we just go ahead and put the landing gear on?
Okay.
I have clearance.
We also said we were going to follow the instructions, but
oh, we didn't follow the
did
instructions,
for like
did we? No, the good thing is, and I did get one warning from our affiliate on this one that said something about flipping that thing upside down. So we knew to watch for it. Full disclosure. Oh, that is a hex drive. Good. I had a Phillips. I don't know why. 2mm. So if you guys are curious how that works, if you guys buy this plane, then these guys send us small commissions. And that way we build relationships with these guys that sell this thing. And then we also build relationships with those guys that sell a competitive offering and those guys that sell yet another competitive offering and all of them. So we don't really care which one you buy. We just want you to buy the one that's right for you. And to be honest with you, the best affiliates want you to buy what's right for you too, because we need to grow this hobby. We need more people doing it. We need more young people getting into it. You know how hard it is to get a kid to learn to fly a radio controlled airplane compared to playing some tablet game where you have to upgrade your stupid whatever it is, doohickey with you know, some sort of magical suit so it can go faster. I don't know. We have 4 kids. They play on tablets constantly, but we do have one that flies. And so it is hard because
and one that's learning. Our youngest flies on the simulator, and he's
getting better.
Pretty good for how old he is.
So we're super excited to help bring a real project to your kids' lives, something that you can enjoy with your grandparents and your grandchildren and everybody in between. Because really, at the end of the day, this is an amazing, wholesome, wonderful, exciting, difficult, challenging, as expensive as you want to make it, hobby.
Hey, was there a right way and a wrong way to put those on?
I'm sure there was a wrong way and we probably already did it. Why? Are you seeing something?
No, I was just curious.
It looks like it's ambidextrous.
It did, and that's why I was just...
It's a fair question, but I couldn't tell.
Okay.
So I just literally lined it up and put it on, and I was hoping that I would see like, you know, a taper that made more sense.
Yeah.
Like it was sharper here and blunter here, but I don't see that. It
Sometimes
looks pretty
you
square.
see things that I don't see,
And
so I was just curious.
look at that gorgeous carbon fiber, guys. Look at that for the
that's
landing
very
gear.
cool.
Absolutely amazing. I thought it was just another steel or aluminum
cool.
landing gear. Nope, it's carbon fiber. And this whole thing right now, look at this.
Yeah.
Camera crew, you gotta hold that.
Okay,
Feel
hold
how
on.
heavy this is. You gotta balance it though, okay?
Wow. That is
It's
so
not
light.
very, I mean, it's like
That's
nothing.
crazy.
I love it. Now, granted, we don't have a motor in there. We don't have the wings on there. And there's a considerable amount of electronics in the wings. And obviously the motor is pretty heavy too. But I mean, that thing is light. I'm super excited for it. Now, one thing too, I'm just gonna point out right now, I don't know which direction this motor is going to spin. As you remember, they literally had built and glued a box around it in the box that it came in, which is totally ridiculous. I don't quite understand the rationale, but whatever the case is, we need to know that this is gonna rotate the right direction. Now, there's two ways to resolve that. One, we can switch any two of these wires once we've established our throttle channel and actually powered this up, and then we can just run it the other way by switching any of the two wires. Doesn't matter, there's 3 wires, any of the 2 wires will change the direction the other direction, okay? So, but, oh, by the way, nutzerts. Look,
Yes, I saw those.
nutsert. So that's amazing. Are there nutzerts for those? No, this is just into the wood. I thought maybe these were
where the
nutserts.
cowl goes on.
But they have doubled up the material here and here, so that's great too. Usually you don't get that in some of these cheaper choices. So really excited. I think this thing is really well built. And we don't always get that, by the way, guys. Even though we get planes that are okay, you know, this is not a cheap plane. So I have high expectations for it. Also, there's a piece of foam back here. And I think what that does is it's protecting your battery from the screws that are going through. That is the attention to detail that we almost never see on aircraft. And I mean, we work with all the big brands and we generally don't put in there. Show them. There's foam. There's hard foam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, to protect. That is awesome. Okay, so we have some screws here. We have some screws here and we have some standoffs here. So I'm assuming what's gonna happen is we're gonna have a standoff here and then we're just gonna pass those bolts through. And to be honest, it looks like this actually goes 1, 2, 3, 4 like that, or 1, 2, 3, 4 if it's another size. It looks like this size is the one we want, okay? So that makes sense, but then generally speaking, the washers will help you get your down and right angle on the, but then what are these? Are these for the wings? We may have to actually look at the manual. Let's see if we can find it on the screen. We'll come back and show you on the screen, but we gotta use the mouse. Watch, this is so cool, guys. This is pretty cool. I'm moving the mouse. Amazing.
Oh, there is the battery. Though, wait, go back. We were talking about
Oh
the
yeah,
battery.
we were talking about the battery earlier. Okay, so here's the battery right here. It says 6S, 2200 to 3300, which I think is just an unusual size. I don't have 6S in that size class. So what I'm probably gonna do, I do have 4S and 4000 milliamp hour, but I have 6S and 4000. So I'll probably do 6S 4000 is what I'm gonna, I do have 3300 or 3200, but we run smart packs. They do tend to be slightly lighter. And so I think that's kind of what they're looking for, is just to help you get your CG within range. So they only have one strap on this. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna use our shelf liner trick later, and we'll show you that when we get to that point. But for now, I wanna get this motor mounted. And so for that reason, we're gonna pause and look up the information so we can figure out if we use these or if we use these, because one of them is right and I don't know which one it is. Okay, so we have this bag and it's got some hardware and some different various sizes of washers, okay? Then we have this, which has 4 screws, 4 big bolts, and 4 of these things, okay? These are standoffs as well. But I don't remember seeing anything that is a compression style crimp. Did you? Mm-mm. So I think we might have got shorted on that because that's the tool you use to actually crimp the pull-pulls on. And so I will have to come up with something creative. I'll show you what I'll do. But for now, I want to just look through this hardware with you guys and show you what I'm talking about for the down angle. Now, I did get some Loctite. This is blue, but they're showing them use red, which just seems a little strange to me. They're showing a red Loctite, which is a permanent fixed. Now, this is metal on metal, so it's no problem. It's not like a foamy, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open this and show you what's inside, okay? So we have these different thicknesses here. See? 1, 2, 3, and then there's some thin ones. There's a bunch of thin ones, and then some thicker ones. Okay, 4 thick ones, and then it looks like 8 thin ones, maybe? Yeah, it looks like 8 thin ones. So basically, and then these are the thickest ones. And I don't think it's gonna matter which one you use, but it's gonna be appropriate based on how you want this angle of your motor to be preset. I just wish that the instructions matched up a little bit closer to this, but unfortunately for us, our instructions look like they're designed for the ARF, so it's including more steps and also quite a bit more hardware. So we're having trouble distinguishing what's what. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna be smart fellers, and we're just gonna open all this stuff up, except for the 4 little screws. Well, except they got opened too, so I guess they're gonna get opened as well. And I think those bigger screws are what we need, because my guess is that this wing is not going to be held on by any screws. Okay, so we can take this out of the way now and just toss that into the garbage. Okay, so we've got, these are the tallest ones, okay? So the different sizes will help you to make up your different angles if you need to. So in our case, I just want to see which one of these lines up. Oh yeah, that definitely lines up, and then guess what? This definitely lines up with the other size, okay?
Oh.
So it's one or the other will work for you, okay? So in this case, beautiful hardware too. Look at that, it's so cool. So we're gonna be using the bigger hardware, and the bigger hardware is gonna go through just like this, and then we're gonna have one on each of these. But what I'm going to do is I'm gonna use the biggest one and a second one, okay? And then on the opposite side, I'm gonna use only the big one. Oh wait, I used the small one. Sorry guys, my bad. I'm gonna use the big one. And then I'm going to, of course, drop things. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use nothing. I'm gonna use the big and nothing. And then on the middle ones, I'm gonna put these in. So it's gonna be like this, and that's going to pull it down and to the right. This one, I'm going to use the thick one, and then probably let's see if we can use the middle one. And no, we're not going to get the middle one in there. It's not going to work. We'll have to use 1 or 2. Those are too small, so these are appropriate. There's some that are too small and some that are the right size. I think I'm going to go with 2, and then I'm going to go with 1. So it's gonna go from thick to 2 to 1. And then over here is gonna be 2 as well, okay? So the 1 is gonna go down here. You're like, but how do you know that, Brian? Well, just because, we've built hundreds of these planes. So it's not, well, I guess it's not, could be rocket science if it was a rocket.
It's like aviation science.
It's aviation science. It's aviation science, not rocket science, guys. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of this, and looks like this stuff might be running low, so I might have to go get a new tube of it. Yep, it looks like it's spent. So we'll be right back with some more. Okay, so I have these things that are just like a single use Loctite, okay? So I have to mix them up. Camera crew is gonna help me hold my shaft, which is always fun on camera, occasionally.
I just like how you said single use.
Single use.
Like single year use.
Whatever. Whatever you say, honey. Okay, so I'm just gonna get a little bit of that on there, a little bit of that on there, a little bit of that on there. Now keep in mind, and that is going to probably fall, so I want you to be aware that it's likely to fall.
Okay.
And then what size were they? Did I already have the size worked out? No, I didn't. That was actually a bigger one, which is probably 3 millimeters. Those are some big hardware. Oh, crappers, that's only 2.
Smaller.
So this is 3. Is 3 not big enough? No, 3 seems to be right. Okay, now you're gonna have to let go so I can get it in there.
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna line this up, and you're probably thinking to yourself, but Brian, I thought you went into the other holes. Nope, these are the right holes. And I'm just gonna do my very best to get these started. And yes, it's a little bit awkward. Oops. I have to do my positioning a little bit better than what I did. I do want it to point a little bit this way and a little bit down. And I think I might have overdone it a little bit. I think I need one of these out. That might be better. So you can see kind of my conundrum. I want to make sure I get lined up right. Okay, start that. Okay, so now I've got one. Okay, so that's in there good. So now this one has none. It's not starting because of the angle. That's okay. I'll get it to start. Now it's pulling it down. And then over here, we're gonna go with probably 1 plus thin. So it would mimic closely. This one's got 2. I think I'm gonna go with 1, okay? So it's gonna be thick plus 1, or two of the medium sizes. Let's see if I can get that in there. This might be a little bit tricky, but I'm pretty sure I can get it. Camera crew is gonna try her best, and I'm gonna try my best not to block our view. Awkward. There are certain times in these builds where you run into awkward moments like this. Okay. Now this one doesn't have Loctite on it yet, so I'm gonna have to also apply Loctite. And so for that reason, it's gonna be kind of messy, but sometimes that's fun. Okay, so we've got the tip covered. Then I'm gonna take another tool. I'm just gonna carefully slide this over, and then I'm gonna walk this over behind it as well. So guys, if you're curious how you can help us to support Brian Phillips RC, there's a million different ways, well, more like 3 or 4. The best of which is to watch the videos, like them, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and then buy the stuff from the links in the video description below. But if you just can't bring yourself to buy this particular plane, maybe there's something else you love that we've reviewed in the past. I'm gonna try a flat, see if I can get that in there. And also, if you don't like doing it that way and you want to support us, but you maybe want to throw us a bone once, we've got PayPal, and then we have Patreon if it's a monthly thing. If you're one of our biggest supporters and you want to kind of be part of the action on a regular basis and just feel like really part of the team, that's one great way to do it. But we still firmly believe, and we repeat this all the time, the best way for you to support Brian Phillips RC is to buy the planes, helicopters, quads, VTOLs, leaf blowers, drills, whatever it is we're reviewing, because that helps us to build relationships with these affiliates so we can always have the latest and greatest content to bring you. Okay, so this is being kind of a pain, and I knew it would be because that fourth one, I was like, there's just no good way to hold it in position. There we go. Come on now. Oh yeah, there it is. Got it. Okay. I knew that was going to be kind of awkward. Camera crew, over my right shoulder. I'm guessing you'll be able to see unless you can see good there. I don't know what you're even seeing. Okay, so I'm just going to push. Yep, there it goes. So that's in. Now I'm holding this to brace it, and I'm torquing that. Now, show them from the front what it looks like. The angle of the dangle. Yeah, look at that. It's down and to the right. Okay, that's gonna help with P factor, folks. Now, you may not wanna do that if you're just really putzing around, but even still, you're gonna have a tremendous amount of P factor. It's a powerful motor. You're gonna have a lot of torque involved. This is gonna help to offset it. They do it on real planes. If you aren't aware of it, you probably aren't paying attention, or you're new to the hobby or new to aviation, but it's very, very common and is definitely a good idea. So if you were thinking about just trying to go straight with it, just remember when you have it fly kind of cattywampus and want to like roll over every time you take off, it's already going to do that, even with this. Now, also to answer your next question, which I know is, but Brian, it won't fit. Yes, it will. That's a big opening, guys, and that's a small hole. So watch this. Oh, that is so sweet. Oops, did I put that on upside down? No, I didn't. I just didn't line it up. There There we go. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, cool.
See what I'm talking about? You got tons of room. You're gonna be totally fine, and that looks absolutely fantastic. And the camera crew threatened me off camera that we need to make dinner.
Did not.
She threatened me.
Suggested strongly.
She told me, yes, if I want to live, we're gonna be done for tonight. So without further ado, guys, we can't wait to bring you more of this build, but we're gonna have to wrap it up for tonight. So thanks for watching so far. There's more to come. And yes, you don't have to wait, but we do and I do. And it's gonna be terrible and I don't wanna wait. I just wanna build it all right now. But it's like 10:30 and our kids are hungry. So thanks for watching, stay tuned. After some negotiation.
You're risking your life at this point.
Risking my life for you, YouTube. We are going to put on the wings.
What are you doing over there?
And get as far. I'm taking out the screw. There's a washer that just fell, unfortunately. Where is it? So I'm risking my life for YouTube, just so you guys know.
You're also making dinner when we're done with this, so.
Yeah, I know, but we already had agreed to that. See, that's why I don't understand why this conversation was a conversation. Okay, so there's a screw here, and there's a screw on the side of the fuse. And then there's this thumb nut here, okay? Which you don't need a tool for, but you know, whatever. It is what it is. 2.5 millimeters to put on the strut. So I'm like, okay, then why not just have a 2.5 millimeter to put that on too? But the reason I do that is because you have to do this from inside like that, okay? So that makes sense when you do it that way, okay? So we have a wing strut, and then we have wing joiner or a spar. It's technically not a spar because the spar would go the full length of the wing. There is an internal spar in here. I don't know how far out it goes though. So I don't want to speak to that and be incorrect. Okay. So we're just gonna slide this on. Now we can also put our extension cords on. I committed to not doing radio setup tonight. So hopefully I don't have to renege on that too, because then I'll really be in trouble.
Yes, you will.
Then I'll actually be dead. But for now, we're just gonna plug these in. These are our little extension cords, okay? So that's really high quality stuff, really simple. Okay, so we'll slide that through. Put that onto the spar. Just kind of pull this through with the wires up above. And you see how nice and easy that goes on. Very nice. Camera crew's gonna put a hand underneath. Then I'm gonna use this thumb nut to come in here, kind of into this blind spot, and go through the carbon fiber reinforcement. And it's just right. I can't quite find it. These things are never quite as easy to do.
Are you missing the hole? Where does it go?
I just can't see it is the problem. I mean, it's not hard to do. There it goes. Okay, now hold that thing like you mean it.
Okay.
Because otherwise the whole thing moves. So I think part of the reason this is hard right now is because we're like level with the plane, and I don't think you would normally be level with the plane, you'd be over the plane.
Oh,
okay.
That's true.
Now I'm not gonna go like crazy on this. I just don't wanna forget to do it.
Well, yeah.
Because I could see taking off and like, oh, why is the wing falling off? Oh, because you were in a hurry and your life was threatened. Here, okay, you can let go.
Okay.
So what I'm probably gonna do is before we put the wing supports on, the wing struts, I'm gonna put the other wing on, and that's gonna help balance the plane. Okay, so that's tightening up. Pretty easy. Okay, camera crew,
okay.
Hold that.
Got it.
And then I'm gonna just basically do the same function. I'm gonna take my 2.5-inch driver, undo this. This is a really easy build though.
I gotta
admit.
Yeah.
It just happens to be that we're starting it on a weeknight and it's kind of late and it's dark. But we have good weather this week and I want to be flying so bad. It was windy today though, really windy actually. So even if it was done, we wouldn't have been able to fly today. These are the things you think about when you're obsessive with radio controlled airplanes.
Yes. Are you putting your extensions on over
I am. I'm just taking off the one on the side here.
Okay.
So you guys have kind of a bad view right now, but don't worry, you're not missing much.
Same thing.
Same thing, just on the other side. And yes, special thanks to the camera crew for letting me get this thing into one piece. That was our agreement. And then we'll do radio setup physically tomorrow, which is good. We just have, she loves this stuff about as much as she loves, wait, hold on. I love this stuff and she tolerates me. That's kind of the way she goes. But our kids are growing to enjoy it more as they get older and more skilled, which is super fun.
Actually, our oldest tried to fly today, but it was too windy.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He did.
Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it was pretty windy.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably could have flown in this wind, but I would have been flying a faster plane probably.
Yeah.
What was he trying to fly?
The Timber X UMX.
Oh, yeah, UMX today. Come on, man. Come on. Can't be doing that. That's
Well, it was handy. He was gonna maybe get the T-28 out, but
Oh, the 1.1?
yeah.
Yeah, he likes to fly that plane. Okay, so now I must say, this is really close to the support.
It is a little bit close. I can see it from here better.
Oh, good.
To give him a good view of this side.
It's a little bit awkward. I love that you can see through the front. That is super cool.
Yeah,
and
that's
that
really
also is going to make it a lot easier when you're trying to load battery and do things like this. Also, if you decide to do a more detailed cockpit, then you can do that. I'm just like really having to reach. You can let go of that wing. You don't actually need to hold it at all now. Just that I drove the frame over the top of the screws for the wing supports. Now, I want to show the people what this looks like without wing supports on, because some people might be tempted to just work without wing supports on this plane.
Oh.
Because if you show them from the front, show them how supportive everything is. I am kind of almost of the mindset that one would not absolutely have to use the wing supports, the wing struts. I mean, I'm gonna use the wing struts.
I bet you're supposed to.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that for a second. Okay, now there is a correct way on these, I think, and I think I got lucky and just happened to pick it up the right way. Ooh, by the way, this goop that's on here, here's a cool trick. Since I have it up here, I can show you this. If you happen to have Kicker, which this is Instaset, also known as Kicker, what you can do is that will take off this stuff, okay? So if you have like a little bit of that stuff, it will come right off of there. See that goop?
Oh.
It always just likes to break down the goop. Now, it'll also break down paint, some paint, so be careful. And, but once you do that, you can get that to a nice smooth finish and it takes off all that residue really quick, okay? So now, I'm gonna show you how this goes. It should be a pretty straightforward process. Camera crew, you didn't do something crazy like shut off the mics or anything, did you?
I
don't think so?
did not.
Good. Thank you for not doing anything crazy and shutting the mics off. Guys, I must say, we have done a lot of ARF style planes, and this has gotta be like the easiest build.
It's really, yeah.
Like this is easier than the Challenger, by far, I think. Because I remember we had to glue the tails on, but I think on that one we had a little bit more effort. This one just been super fun.
There's a blue and yellow plane sitting over there. That one was pretty easy.
Oh, that was easy too. Well, but that, I don't know. They come with even more done though.
Yeah. This would be like for sure top 5 like ARF style planes in terms of easiness.
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's kind of not an ARF style plane.
Okay, balsa planes, because we've done
fly.
some balsa
covered
planes that are way challenging.
like the dancing wings.
Yeah.
That take 40 plus hours to build.
Yeah, that one.
I mean, granted, they're good planes. It's just a lot of time commitment.
Everybody has a different level of
involvement.
What they can handle.
They don't, some people want that.
Right. And maybe someday we'll make you live in the basement and you'll have time to do that too.
You're gonna let me live? Oh goodness gracious, we're finishing this plane today.
No.
It's called compromise, people. If you're married, you may have done it that one time.
Yeah.
2.5 millimeters. Okay. Boy, that is just fantastic.
Yeah.
Guys, if you don't know how good it is that goes together that easy, you have not been into the RC stuff very long. Yeah, you haven't ever built a dyno. That's for darn sure. Okay, great. So that's all. I told you it'd take like 5 minutes.
No, I knew the wings were going to be easy.
Yeah, sure you did.
I did. Mm-hmm. I've done this.
You always believe me. You always believe me. I do not understand this cover. It's like the weirdest part of the plane.
It is a little strange.
Everything else is so dang heavy duty and gorgeous, and then that thing is just like flimsy and it scares the crap out of me. But I'm telling you, like everything else is absolutely wonderful. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, how are you going to switch those leads if you realize there's a problem?
We're just gonna take the cowl off.
We'll have to. Okay, so we're just going to
trying to
feed
get
this
stuff
back.
off our island.
Yeah, one of the advantages of living in a house where you're alive
Wonder where you're
is
going.
that
with
the
this.
island is clear to a certain extent. And believe me, it's not always. Okay, camera crew, I'm just lining these screws up as best I can, okay? Be careful, you can start screws when there's not a hole, and I am watching like a hawk and I found it.
Okay.
That screwdriver is not working well for that. I have to get the China screwdriver.
Yeah.
And then I have to do it this way and see if this works better.
You need a hand?
Well, if you're offering. Yeah, put it up there. Just hold it steady. Oh, you moved it.
Sorry. Are you not lining it up yet?
I'm not lining it up. I'm just passing this through the opening because I need to know that it's out, okay?
Gotcha, I understand.
All right, now you can let go, and I'm just gonna look over the top and line it up and then slide it into the hole. Nice, nice, okay. So now guys, there is a whole art to building these planes in the ARF style or kit style. And yes, my now late grandpa used to love doing that, and we would enjoy that together, and it was a super cool part of my life. And I'm glad I got a chance to do it before he passed away. But now that he's passed away, you know, it's just not something that I do often or ever. And that's because we don't have the lifestyle for building a plane from scratch, but some of you guys do. And if you're ever curious if there's models available, there actually are still. And some of the old brands that you grew up with still do exist. It's just that many of them have basically slowed down to the point where they just almost are at a creep. And so if things are back ordered, sometimes you have to be extremely patient. And then there's also, you know what? These aren't Phillips. No wonder I can't drive them. Guys, I'm so embarrassed. That was a 1.5 and it works perfectly now. That is just flawless, folks. I did not know that that was going to be the case. But now that I know, I'm in love. That is so much nicer. Weird, if you use the right tool for the job, it's actually pretty easy. So my apologies, folks. That was a 1.5 millimeter hex.
I noticed that those were hex earlier, but then when you said that, it just did not dawn on me.
It didn't occur to you, since there's only like 7 bolts on this whole project. There's a hole. Oh man, that is so easy. I wish they were always like this.
I know.
And if you guys think we're just saying this for dramatic effect, we're not. This plane is very good for building. And I am super thrilled. Now, I am not happy with this spot here. Let's look at this. We've got a little bit of schmutz here. I thought maybe it would just come off if I rubbed it with my finger, but it's kind of not. So before I cover that up, I'm just gonna take a little teeny bit of kicker. You don't wanna go crazy on it, and wipe this. If it doesn't come off, then we may have to go to alcohol if we're gonna worry about it. I just don't wanna take and break down the adhesive from the backing on this. This is a heat activated adhesive on this film, but as you can see, look at that. Look at that, look at that.
That's better.
It's not done, but it's better.
That's better.
Lots better. Okay, very cool, guys. I was telling you about that because it works. And we try to give you really good advice, at least as good advice as we can. And there's a lot of things I don't know because I've only been at this for about 8.5 years, but we are saturated in it to the extent that we do it a lot more than some people that have been doing it for 8 years. And so we just want to encourage you, if you're new in the hobby and you're like, I wish I could fly all those planes, Brian. I've got the money, I've got the time, I just don't have the skills yet. Just hang in there, it takes time. It takes time, and you have to work through the planes that you're on now before you can get to the planes that you want to get to next. And that's one of the cool things that we're going to do here at Brian Phillips RC as you follow along in our builds, is we're going to pass along as much of the expertise as we can, which is limited, but still helpful because we have experience with a lot of different planes that you guys might not. And so even if you don't like the particular style or aircraft that we're reviewing on a given day, you can use that to help gauge how I am as a pilot and then my skill level and knowledge level. And that plane is light. Holy cow. It's probably only a couple of pounds. That is so cool. I love it. Like, look at this. That is a big plane too.
Yeah, it's a big plane.
65 inches. Wow. Oh, man. And by the way, something you'd never do with a foam plane. I've got it resting on the ground on a hard surface. I must say, I feel like it just feels rock solid though. I mean, I can pick it up from like any of the spots that I want, and I don't feel like I'm gonna break it or crush it or damage the foam, which is super nice. It's something we're not used to. Obviously, we do a lot of foamies on this channel, and not to poo-poo foamies. That looks amazing. I'm just like really torn. Do I really wanna put decals all over this thing? I don't know.
There's a few I think that would be good. We don't need to use like all of them. Sometimes you get a little decal happy.
On the trucks. So let's look at this. This is gonna be a fairly easy assembly for the spinner. Now, this is the point where you're gonna wanna disagree with me. If you're at home, you're just doing this in your own spare time, you're not up against a time crunch, you have no reason to put this prop on at this point, fine, don't. Please don't. Be safe, save your hands, don't get cut. This is one of the few places where people get hurt in the hobby is they get cut by blades like this going hundreds of miles an hour and slicing through their arms all the way to their bone. Okay, don't be a statistic, be careful. Now, I gotta admit, I'm a little bit torn about the spinner on this too, because I think it kind of looks sweet on this motor without having a spinner.
I think the spinner's cool.
I just don't know though, because I love the spinner. Okay, we're gonna put the spinner on. I do like it, it does look good. Dang it, sometimes you gotta put it up there to realize how much you like it. 2.5 millimeter drive, that's weird. It's
Yeah,
big.
it is.
So guys, one thing, don't use Loctite on this, okay? I know some of you are thinking, yeah, use Loctite on this. Don't. Trust me, if you put Loctite on, you have to let it completely dry before you put the threaded screws through. The solvent in this will make this brittle and break on like flight 2, okay? Now, that would be bad. It actually isn't what holds your prop on, so you would be safe still. But just keep in mind, do not use Loctite when it's metal to metal with plastic between it. You will break down the plastic. I promise you, I only know from experience, so please take my word for it. Look at this. See that play? That's ugly. You wanna know why they sent this thing?
Uh-huh.
Yep, I'll tell you why.
That's why.
Because they wanted this to be a perfect fit, and this is a well-manufactured airplane, although they did short us our crimps. So we might have another way to do it.
Yeah.
We could use that for, you know, like something that fits in a really small bag that you want to bring with you and keep dry.
I'm sure you'll
Whoa!
try to use.
Okay, see this? Okay, so we'll just slide that through. Look at that beautiful fit, guys. Look how perfect that is. The machining, there's like almost no clearance now, or no play. Now, this side of the prop, you would like to think that it's gonna go right onto that same collar, but it kind of doesn't, and here's why. Because second of all, you're gonna be using these, okay? So these are gonna be the adapters. Now, how do you know which one works best? You put it on, and when it works best, you just give it a couple of rocks and break that thing right off, and you're done. Now, some people are gonna sand it. I have never done that. It's a waste of time, in my opinion, but if you wanna do it, go for it. Okay, look at that. Hardly any play. I mean, there's just a little bit, but it's not nothing. Okay, then we're gonna slide this over. Beautiful. Now, before you get too far ahead of yourself, you can do this, and I think it'll fit, or you can do the nut. Okay, now I'm just gonna show you this. If you want, you can do this, and it would look kind of weird, but then this is gonna pass over the top. Okay, so it just depends on how you want it to line up. But you do have to kind of have a general idea of where that's gonna hit. Okay, so the options are spinner end or nut. Why do we want a nut versus a spinner end? I don't know. I'm not thinking if this goes and bottoms down the way it should, I'm just gonna use that. Okay, 2.5 is probably too big. Nope, it's right. Okay, now, again, I need to size this on here so that my screw holes line up with that. Okay, so I'm gonna line it up. Make sure that I'm gonna hit my open pockets on the spinner. A little disappointed in that silver.
I was actually
as beautiful as the rest of this plane has been, I'm a little disappointed in that. You think it's cool?
I was just thinking it was kind of a cool highlight.
Okay, well, I'll go with your thought. I was thinking it kind of looked cheap.
You can agree to disagree.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
And you do have the metal, like the aluminum in the wing struts too.
And by the way, look at the spacing here. Show them from over here. From over here, right there. Show them the spacing. You remember how we have this pointed down and to the right? Oh man, that is a really good finish.
It is.
Okay, amazing. Just like drooling all over this. Now you'll note that that is on there, but I don't think we're lined up. We're not lined up. So I'm gonna have to put this back in like this. Oh goodness gracious, there we go. And then I'm gonna have to use this to adjust my prop just a little teeny bit. It's gonna be awkward. Oh gosh, it's so sharp. I have to adjust it, unfortunately. So as I tighten, it's gonna swivel around just a hair, I hope. Nope. Thought I had it lined up pretty good, guys. So if you guys are new to the hobby, you're trying to learn all the little things that you need to learn, you're at the right place. Brian Phillips RC is gonna help you get there. Buy the planes from the links, you'll be getting a good plane. Just keep in mind that there is somewhat of a natural progression to these things, and we wanna help get you guys into the right planes at the right time of your experience. And if you're brand new to the hobby, we have beginner planes on a short list. We also have Brian Phillips RC if you're curious and you can't find something you're looking for. I don't know if that's good enough. I might be close. Oh, geez. There it goes. I think I can get it now. Brian Phillips RC is our domain. It's going to basically direct you mostly back to YouTube, but it's going to help you sort through the plethora of videos. We have thousands, literally thousands of these long videos. So that means if you like feature-length videos, movies, things like that, like Saving Private Ryan, that's short.
Yeah. We're just here to entertain.
You know, or like if you have a short jail sentence, like 20 years.
Yeah.
You could watch maybe half of them.
We'll get you covered.
When you get out, you'll be good. That is absolutely gorgeous, guys. Look at that. That is so cool. I love the way that looks. So guys, I am super floored by how well that build went.
Yeah.
Very reasonable on difficulty level, very reasonable on the amount of pieces, low piece count.
Very.
We even have spare parts because they provided different bolts for if you use a different motor size. And I mean, it's not all up weight yet because we do have a couple loose ends, but I gotta show these people what it weighs. So we're gonna turn on the scale. I have to get a little bit creative on how I'm gonna do this because it's a bigger plane. So the scale is in grams. We'll do grams and then we'll switch it to ounces. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the plane down over here. Obviously we've got 3 wheels, so it's gonna be a little bit challenging to put it on the scale. If you guys have a scale like this and you wanna put your plane on it, a couple different tricks. Use a plate or a bowl. They get you higher up. I think the bowl might reach. Problem is you're gonna use up capacity, but the bowl is gonna give you room to read the display. Not quite wide enough, so we're gonna use a saucer, and then we're gonna use a plate. And then we can put this on top. We might be using up too much of our capacity though. Okay, so we'll show the people here, 820 grams. Balance this very carefully. We're gonna zero the scale. Okay, so we're in grams, like I said. Now we just have to balance this on the plane stand so it doesn't tip. If you wanna just kind of help me make sure that it's balancing. A little bit more forward, a little bit more back, a little bit more, you don't have to hold it.
Okay.
Okay, so there you are. 1,940, okay, grams. Guys, 4 pounds
4 ounces.
or 4 ounces, 4.4 ounces.
Yeah.
That is incredible. That's motor, ESC, servos, all the electronics with the exception of the battery. So all up weight with battery, let's go ahead and pop that on the scale too. Now I have a 4050C and then I have a 3200 30C. So this is a Gen 2, this is a Gen 1 smart pack, okay. So with the recommended 3200, let's plop this on there. Make sure it's not gonna fall, okay. 2,426, so 2.4 kilos. That is incredible for a plane this size. 5 pounds, 5 ounces. 5 pounds, 5.5 ounces. That is phenomenal for this plane size. Now, if you went up to 4,000, just to give you an idea, I'm being careful because it's balanced right now. If you put a 4,000 on there, a 50C, you're gonna be 5 pounds, 8.8 ounces. Still amazing, guys. This is gonna be a light, agile plane, and I cannot wait to get it in the air. So obviously up next, we're gonna have to do a little bit of finish work here on our pull system. We're gonna have to do a little bit on our elevator, which is just hooking up a control rod and a ball joint. Should be no big deal. Here, we'll actually shoot the video camera around so you can see that. We have to hook that up. And so the pull system should be pretty straightforward, but we're gonna go through it all with you on Brian Phillips RC. And so if you guys just stay tuned for a minute, but we're gonna call it quits for tonight because it's late, but we are super excited to be doing this Bushmaster. It is awesome. And Ohio Model Products makes a pretty good product. I call them omp-bm-ry. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. But this thing is cool and is gorgeous. And I'm so torn. Like, I totally don't want to put decals on it. The only thing I want to do is put end numbers on it, because then it would look like a real plane. Because I mean, maybe what is the sticker?
They
have a
snake
cobra
thingy or whatever is supposed to go on the tail. I feel like the Bushmaster sticker is okay. Like, that's what it is.
But it's like, it's the snake. Would you see a snake on a Bushmaster?
No, I think that's kind of weird.
I do too. Agree. You know what?
We can decide.
We normally do things stock, but in this case, I honestly haven't decided. Maybe we can make some end numbers. Maybe we can make something cool like a Brian Phillips RC logo or something. I don't know. We'll think about it. But either way, guys, stay tuned. More coming right now. It's been a while, YouTube. So we're going to keep doing this Bushmaster by omp-bm-ry. And yes, we have to get ready to do radio setup. But we have some work left to do. And that is the linkages for the pull system on the rudder. And then on the actual tail dragger, we have to put a linkage on that. And that should be super easy. It's just a set screw. But the pull system is going to be a little bit of a task. Problem is I can't really do that until I have the receiver in there so everything is centered. Or if I were to put a servo tester, we could do that as well. So I think what we're gonna do next is we're gonna go ahead and open this back up. By the way, what a beautiful plane. I've been looking at it for 2 or 3 days now. We've had a couple other hot releases that had to get done. And so of course we'll pull this off, lay this aside, and we can see inside of here. Everything looks nice and clean. Okay, pretty straightforward stuff. We got these, we've got these. That is maybe gonna really limit where we can put our receiver compared to some other options that we've done in the past. And then we've got these, which of course come from the wings. Now, if you're intending to take these wings off, you're gonna have to be creative on how you do it, but you can undo these extension cords rather than undoing from the receiver. So if you end up mounting the receiver down yonder, which you're gonna probably have to do, then you can work that out. But just keeping in mind that installing a battery up here is going to be challenging. I'm kind of trying to do all this in light of the fact that I know I'm gonna have to eventually put a receiver in. And so just thinking about where the receiver is, or excuse me, where I'm gonna have to put in a battery. So obviously this thing goes back there, which is gonna control for us the elevator, which you also have to put in that linkage. So we have elevator, we have rudder, okay? And then we have the flaps here, and the ailerons here, and then as well as what we have here, which is throttle, okay? So we have not tons of cables that need to be landed, but we do need a Y cable. And strangely enough, I don't remember seeing one. It's possible that I got one and I just like literally put it away and forgot about it. So if you were gonna set this up on like an Air 8360T, you could set it up so each of those channels were controlled independently. But what we're going to do is we're gonna be using this Lemon RX receiver. And so as a result of that, I'm not 100% sure if I can do it on this type of receiver, but this is a 7-channel receiver and it's been so long since I've done this, I'm not sure if I can do flaperons and have flaps also. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go ahead and try to slide this thing out, okay? Now, cool thing about these, this is the Lemon RX 7-channel with stabilizer. And yeah, this is the oldie but goodie style. It's not the DSMP style. So I actually prefer this one because what that does for us is we have a master gain, and I believe we have an on-off control, but this does support flaperons. So now, why are flaperons handy? The reason why they're handy is that you set up your wing type as a standard wing type on here, and I believe then you do the mixing through this. But again, I'm gonna have to play with a little bit as we go through the radio setup. But remember, Lemon RX operates on DSMX, DSM2, so you do need DSMX still. Now, that being said, we don't have enough channels. What do we have? We have throttle, elevator rudder, aileron 1, aileron 2, or flaperon 1, flaperon 2, flap. So 5, 6. Is that everything? Because we have no landing gear. We have no separate steering gear. So there's no thrust reverse, but that's 5, 6. 7 becomes master gain. The trouble is, and this is a real problem, if you look at this, the bind plug acts as aux 2, but you don't get to use the gear switch for gear if you're using that for your on-off, if I remember right. It's been so long since I've done it, we're gonna obviously go over it in this plane. So that means we're gonna be using gear, which you could call that like auxiliary 0, then auxiliary 1 would be flap, and then bind would be your auxiliary 2. Also, sometimes, and I can't remember if it's in high impedance or low impedance circuits, if you, like for instance, if you put retracts on the bind plug and try to use auxiliary 2 to control it, sometimes that will force it into bind mode. So you have to be careful. A regular servo will be fine. It won't cause it to go into bind mode, but some of the retracts over the years have actually caused that to go into bind mode. So I had to switch what was operating on that channel. So just keep that in mind. You may have to get a little creative. Now, that being said, the flaperons, I'm trying to remember how the heck I did it. It's been forever since I did it. But you see all these, it says VTEL, Delta, and I think what you do is you flip both of them over, and there's a flaperon switch too now. And those just reverse the operation of the output from the stabilizer, okay? And not necessarily the controls here, because your controls here impact change there, and you just reverse them however you want. But then you have to make the output from the stabilizer agree with the output here. And so we'll show you how to do that on this Lemon RX. They're really nice. They do come with a piece of double-sided tape, which is like a foam 3M squishy tape. Also, the intentional method for mounting these, I believe, is forward facing this way, but you can go like this. All you have to do is, whoa! All you have to do is be aware that where you land your cables will impact, it will impact where you plug your control surfaces in. And then subsequently, you'll have to make mixes on here to mix out the confusion that you physically did by mounting this sideways. So it's not quite as easy as like an AR631 where you could just tell it spatially aware, you know, like wherever it is in the forward programming. This is gonna be, you put it where it goes, or you control how it functions with the dip switches, okay? So the dip switches are gonna control this control output, and then the radio is gonna control this, but at the end of the day, they need to be in sync with one another. Otherwise, you're gonna have a mismatch and your ailerons are gonna go the wrong way or something like that, and we will show you how to check for that. So the radio setup on this is a little bit different than we're used to, or that we've been used to for some time. We used to do this all the time. Now, I am gonna use a Y cable, right? Because I don't wanna flap one, flap two, I just want flaps. So my ailerons, I am gonna try to do them as flaperons. So I've just got a bunch of different Y cables in here. Let's find one that's an appropriate length. We don't need a huge Y cable, just need something short. Here's like a tri. Here we go, that looks good. Ooh, even better. Nope, that's also short. This one looks good. I don't see anything wrong with that. So we'll use this for our flaps. Okay, so the way this is gonna work, if you wanna just kind of come over here, since this is, I actually have to bind this, something I'm not used to, and I don't know which channel's which. So as a result, I'm gonna show you the trick of the day. Trick of the day.
You're saying these aren't marked like servo aileron?
No.
Right.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna hook up my servo tester, in this case, which is the XBC battery checker. So I'm gonna plug in a 3S pack just because it happens to be. I'm gonna press and hold this. Oops. I'm not gonna press and hold it, I'm gonna press it momentarily. Servo test, I don't ever know which microseconds to go into, so I'm just gonna try this one. And what I'm gonna do is just plug in one at a time and see what happens. And if they catch on fire, then you'll know. Okay, so that was a flap. I could tell because it jumped to life. And then, there we go. Okay, not very well centered. Okay, so we know that's a flap. So I'm gonna go ahead and just, for ease of filmage, we're just gonna plug this in right now. Now let's find the other flap, and if I get lucky, I just happen to grab the flaps, that'd be pretty sweet. Edumacated guesses. That's the aileron.
Yep.
Sweet, that's a lot of throw, love it. Okay, so by process of elimination, I'm gonna come over here, plug this in. Now the other thing is these servo extensions are similar in length. I could just like eliminate these extension cables because then that would give me almost the same length of wire. Or if I have another extension cord, that's what I should do.
Oh, you're saying take out this
so that it agrees with the length. I'm not even gonna plug that all the way in. That's one thing to keep about, you know, as you're doing your due diligence on installation.
That is very true.
If you've got something that's gonna end up being about the right length, like this one's longer, so, and then that one says ailerons, so that's not very helpful. So I'm gonna take that off of there, because this must have been from a plane that we set up flap rounds on. Now keep in mind, flap rounds on this plane are not gonna be necessary. You could just do inboard flaps and you'd be perfectly fine, I'm sure. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually take this off right here.
Well, it's one less point of failure too.
Well, yeah, that's true. Good point, camera crew. Okay, so then the only problem is these don't have the retention. So now we're taking out all that length and we're just going with one that is a more appropriate length cable.
That's a good thought.
Okay, so now we can test them together before we actually get those things secured. Okay, so the minus, okay, here we go. Okay, so as you can see, they're operating in opposite directions. So do you want to know what that means?
What does that mean?
What that means is you have to waste an additional channel to control them or mechanically change the direction of travel on one of them. That's what we're gonna have to try. And that is a huge miss on Omp's side of things, if that's the case. And here's why. Because it's completely unnecessary.
Right.
And this is what happens, is that you get a wing that's designed like this, and they're like, oh, well, they're just gonna get an 8-channel receiver. Well, no, they're not. Nobody's gonna get an 8-channel receiver for this plane just because. Show underneath, they go the same direction. So they want symmetry in the position that these are mounted. And I'm like, okay, well, congratulations, I don't care. I want my servos to go the same direction.
Yeah.
So can they even see from that angle? You guys see what I'm talking about? Okay, so here's the fuse right here. And that thing is pointing over there. It's pointing away from the fuse. And that one is too. So what that basically means is that unless you want to make a full span aileron, which you could do that too, then you're going to have to get real creative using a Lemon RX receiver to accomplish that. So you could have full length flaperons, and that would be relatively easy because then this would be wide together and that would be wide together. But then you won't have a conventional inboard flap. You're going to have a flaperon, which I don't want a flaperon. I want inboard flaps and outboard ailerons so I don't give up roll authority. And then under full landing authority, I was thinking I would do crow. But now that I think of this, I'm sort of torn because the two options are basically, without doing crazy stuff, is going to be these function together and these function together, and they function as flaperons, or we go back to just standard operation and we have regular ailerons and we have inboard flaps that are taking up 2 channels, which is totally stupid because that is a waste of channel in my opinion. The only advantage to that is you can do fine-tune adjustments, and that's really all. You can mechanically adjust them one time and you never have to do it again. So that's really annoying actually. I can't believe that's the way it is. So even though I'm annoyed, it's still possible, and I'm trying to think the easiest way to fix that. So you can't just take that servo out of the hole and flip it around 180 degrees. It's still gonna pivot the same direction. You have to take that thing out of the hole and put it to a different hole. So let's go ahead and flip this plane upside down and show you a little bit better way of visualizing this. Let's see if I can get this thing set up. Okay. So just in looking at the way this plane's set up, I can't believe they did that. And it looks like this one here, it's not like there's a second pocket here, right? Yeah, there's nothing there. See, there's no backing there, so you can't just move the servo over. You could put a longer linkage and you might be able to go over here, take this off, put it to the other side. I think that's what I'm gonna try first. That's one thing we could try. Let's see if we can get it to work before I get too much more excited. Now, problem is the geometry is gonna be wrong, but I like my plan enough that I wanna go through the trouble of doing this.
Okay.
The other thing you can do is you can get a different linkage length and you can accomplish the same goals. And so I was working with one of my supporters this week, trying to help him through a couple of issues. And this is the type of thing that's really hard to explain to somebody that's new and disappointed or frustrated, is that if you think you're frustrated now, wait till you know what you're doing and you still can't get it done. Then you're gonna be really frustrated. Okay, this one and this one, they both kind of cant in like that. What I was thinking is if I pulled this off, I could put it to the other side, and I don't know how steep the angle is gonna have to be. I don't know that it really matters which one, so, well, hold on. Am I centered right now? I'm not centered right now. No. I was gonna say, they don't look centered. That's centered. Okay, now that I have the servo channel centered, I'm gonna look at which one's further off. They're both, like this one's up, this one's down, okay? So I guess by rights, what do I wanna deal with? This one's pretty close to square, that one's pretty close to square. If it's all else the same, I'm gonna take the one that's easier to reach. Like I said, it doesn't really matter which one you do. Okay, because remember, these things operate opposite directions. See that little dinky screw? Okay, now watch this. I'm gonna pull this off. Really high quality hardware too. I just cannot believe that they didn't think about that. Okay, so now I'm gonna put this all the way to the other side, and there's too much steepness for that to work. So, you'll have to either move this over or move this over to get that action to take place. Now I wanna see if I can see what I'm talking about? The ball joint's not gonna let it go to that extreme of an angle.
Or did you say you could get a longer arm that would just reach further?
Or you could have a bend in it. This is pretty stiff. But see, the problem is the geometry is gonna be all off now. Because when this one moves, they're both gonna move this way then, okay? So I can demonstrate here, maybe partially demonstrate. I just don't wanna break it, okay? So I'm gonna just stick it on the same side. And we may be able to split the difference, you know? Do a little bit on both sides to get what we need out of it. So now that'd be all the way up, and then as we go down, I'm gonna see if I can walk it down. Oop, wrong way. See how they're going the same way, guys? It's bending that rod. But I don't know if that helps you guys to visualize my complaint. My complaint is, all they had to do was put the servo here. Now this is a nice high quality balsa wood plane. I'm not cutting it up to change this. What I would do if I was gonna do something is I would probably come over here, I would move this control point over to here. And I would just have to put in a block here. I'd have to cut probably here, slide a piece of balsa wood in with some CA, glue it in. You'd have one slice, you'd basically put another control horn in. Then that control horn would just be here at the end of that blocking, and you would glue it, and then it would just go here, okay? So that's one easy solution. Gosh, I wonder if it's worth just doing that right now. Because I feel like, you know, by the time you slice it, you'd only need to have about, oh, you remember the wood that came in the plane? There was actually wood that was in the box. See, now, the other thing is you're blocking here, but you have the exact same geometry then. All right, I gotta think on this for a minute and come right back. So there is one more obvious way to do this, and I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. I just haven't done it forever. So here's the other way. This is a no-brainer on my. You can just use a reverse servo, duh. So what you would do is you would flip this over, okay? You put it into the mechanical position where it needs to be, so like down one set of teeth. Okay, so let's get this lined up approximately where it needs to be so it matches. And then I'll demonstrate. Man, those teeth are really wide on this, on that spline. Okay, so we're down just a little bit on both sides.
Pretty
okay.
close. Yeah.
So all I have to do is reverse one of the servos and we've got it. Okay? So I'm gonna go to centered. So that's center, which is weird because that one's up and this one's now down.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just first, I wanna get my center position so I'm gonna go up above, of course. And this is something you have to do on some plug and flies. Okay, so we're up and up, right? So now I've got, and I'm right at the center of the channel. So we're gonna have to make mechanical adjustments in and out to level these with this part here, and then of course the aileron at some point. But what we can do, rather than getting too bent out of shape about this, is I can pull the servo out of the wing. Here's our little dinky screw. Let's not lose that there, camera crew.
Okay.
Crap, what is that? Oh, it's a hex drive. So we have Phillips and hex drive. Typical maneuver. So what do we need? 1.5. This build was so easy, I knew it was too good to be true. There's always some stupid thing that you run into on every model. And if you want the full potential for models, just get used to being frustrated like this. It's just part of the process. It's not like they did something wrong. It's just, oh, well, we assumed you wouldn't do it. I'm like, well, why would you assume we wouldn't do that? Like, this is what we do. We're in the modeling community. Everybody does this crap. Because I guarantee you, every plane that I've had that could have had flaperons that I don't put flaperons on, well, why don't you do flaperons, Brian? 100% of the time. I'm telling you, 100%, not 98%. I mean 100% of the time.
Even if they're terrible and they do no good.
Well, but I mean, I understand why people would ask it too. It's a fair question. Okay, so this is, okay. So now I can show you guys how to reverse a servo. Because there's one way to, oh gosh, these are really nice servos too. Why wouldn't you just use the right servo? This just drives me crazy. Okay. Whoops. I hit the button when I just bumped the button.
So you just have to feed that whole chunk back through.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I literally have the servo extension cable going through the wing. Okay, so let's look at this right over my shoulder. Okay, so you see this? Omp-bm-ry SG5S 1205, made in China. Big surprise. So it feels like a metal case, which is a weird way to use your weight. And it's definitely metal gear. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna you guys just stay right where, why don't you step back and show them what I'm doing. I'm gonna just simply unplug this. Okay? We can just leave it right in the sink. There's nothing wrong with being in the sink. Okay? Now I'm gonna just take this Y cable, which is here, and I'm just gonna very carefully feed this through if it'll go. And if it won't go, I'm not gonna pull so hard that it unplugs the dang thing. Okay, look, now it's out of the wing. See this? Now it's out of the wing. Okay. So now look, I have a servo. Look what I got. It's a servo. All right, so now I can use my China screws. I've got many of them, screwdrivers. And I need to reverse this. And the reverse action is generally possible, not always, but most of the time, 99.9% of the time, I can rotate these things. Time for surgery on the surgery center tonight. Brian is going to make it not suck. But Brian, what happens when it's grown up? What if it wants to suck? All right, so we're just gonna undo these ultra small screws. Pretty nice machine screws. They're not the plastic kind that are just total garbage. They're actually machine screws, which is cool. So if you guys have never done this, this is reversing a servo is pretty easy. It requires some skills that I possess, which are soldering, patience for robots and machines, but not people.
You have to solder to do this?
Yeah. Or you can get a servo signal reverser, which we probably have. Okay, see this? Look. Looky, looky, looky. Very nice. Very nice. It's very nice. Looky here. Okay, then we just pull this goodie out. Whoop. Yeah, very nice. Inside, it look good. I like it. Silicone cables. It's all covered up by schmutz. It's going to have to get switched in a minute. Now, two choices. One, flip these two wires here. It's going to change the direction that it moves. And then flip any two of the three wires here, which go to the feedback trim pot, which is here. Here, okay? Now, you can sometimes pull that thing out, but I'm not going to do that unless I absolutely have to, because you'll note that there are no gears on this side. That is very interesting. The gears are all up here. That is really cool. Okay, I like it. This might be a little easier than I was expecting. So now they have this schmutz on here, so that's going to melt off perfectly with the soldering iron, but I'm just going to... The alternative is to just, you know, cut the wires, strip back, tin, heat shrink. What a pain in the butt. We're going to get a soldering iron and come right back. It's okay, guys. We got soldering iron set up. You thought this was going to be short. You thought wrong.
Oh, I was wrong.
Okay, so we're going to clean the tip. That tip looks really nice. Look at that. Give them a close-up of my tip.
Yeah, that looks like it should
looks like it could
be
get
replaced.
used a lot more
hold
often.
on. Hold still. That totally helps.
What, doing this?
Moving in and out. That's really great.
Oh, no. I think so. All right, so we're going to wipe the tip off. Whoa, look at that. It's like a new man. Got some solder here. In case you were wondering, that's, I don't know, 60-40 rosin core, something like that.
I was wondering.
Those people that are trying to copy this at home were really wondering, okay? So, well, remember, we're not messing with these wires at all. This is just signal, power, and ground. All we want to do is flip the leads from the battery, okay? That's silicone. Nothing like the smell of melting silicone in the morning, except it's not morning. And it's probably not silicone. It's some other deadly thing.
Some other toxic thing. Great.
You're welcome.
It's my favorite.
Mine too. It's not very hot right now. It's part of the problem. I'm gonna just dip it into the flux. Oh boy. Ooh, all sorts of fun things to wipe off the tip with. By the way, if you guys are wondering, this is a 40-watt Weller soldering iron. There's nothing fancy about it. If you ever see something on this channel, you're like, you know what, I want to throw that guy a bone and buy the thing that he was using by following a link, you can do that. This one in particular, I think would be, I think we have Amazon links to it or whatever. And if you don't buy them from Amazon and you don't support us in that way, that's fine. Our kids will be hungry, I'm sure, but it's okay. We can always catch a turkey or something out back.
So you're literally just melting off the little bit that's holding that on.
It's not holding it, it's just protecting it. It's just like a weather resistance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, then I'm just grabbing the solder. And see, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get weight on that joint so that when the joint is wet, is softened, it'll just pop free. It's such a small connection that it's usually not very hard, okay? So there's the red and the blue are now separate. So now I'm just, whilst I've got it kind of in the correct state of mind to want to be connected, I'm just gonna hold this and manipulate it into position, and I'm gonna heat it up and stick it on there. Now I need to lay it down. One of the hardest parts of soldering is just for me, getting the wires to behave. And everybody uses helping hands all the time. And I'm like, your helping hands are melting and chafing your wires. Okay. It's gonna fling off of there. I already know it will. See, told you. Okay, so now we're gonna let that cool for just a second, like literally a second, right? And then I'm just gonna come up here and just give it a little tug test. Yeah, it's on there. Good way to get a cold solder joint, guys, is just do a big blob of solder like I just did. Okay. I'm gonna take my fingernail and just scrape the top of that. Okay. And you can kind of see they have like a hook on this blue. And if you do it right, you just make it so that it's under pressure. You don't need to move every time I do something. You can just stay right there. So I'm gonna tip this so that it's kind of, what I wanna do is I wanna make it so that I can manipulate this into it, okay? So I'm gonna pull that back, seeing it's a silicone wire, so it's very supple, okay? See how I now I can go up under here and do this with one hand. Another trick, see this? Over my head and then down my arm. You don't wanna like choke yourself. That's why they say no kids. But if you've ever TIG welded or did any of that stuff, well, I always wrap it around my body so I can control it as I work. And it's just challenging because you've got like so many different stupid little things to control that it's just not super easy. So I'm gonna melt this spot. I'm gonna fall right into place. Ah, son of a biscuit. We've got a cat that's begging for something and I'm going to ignore it like it would do for me if I needed something, like help or food. I always think it's funny that cats beg for food, knowing full well that they would watch us starve and laugh.
Well, and they're not going to eat what they beg for.
Oh, that looks terrible. I need to clean my tip. Oh, wow, that was bad. Are you standing on my cable?
I am not.
Okay. I was caught on the bottom of the cabinet.
Oh. I'm just trying to, I'm zoomed in so I can see what you're doing and be far away from you.
What? Why?
Because you're like flinging a hot thing around.
What's wrong with that? I think what we're hearing is a cat digging its own poop grave. Right? Is that right?
No, Callie wants to go out.
Yeah, I don't care.
I know.
Callie is one of our three cats that have survived.
She's the one that actually like does stuff though.
She's also the most annoying and rude.
She is kind of rude.
Okay. See, I told you it's super quick, super easy. Just like all these builds. I do have it though. So basically now the motor is going to operate in the reverse direction. But the control circuit is completely and wholly unaware of the fact that we just changed this. It's just gonna do what it's told to do. So we have reversed the polarity of the motor. So now our next move is going to be reverse 2 of the 3 wires going to the feedback trim pot.
Which are the little black wires in the back.
The 3 black wires.
Okay.
So now I need to untangle myself from this. Like I said earlier, you probably don't have to move every single time I do that because it's just gonna get tedious. I'm just trying to get my tip clean because once you get your 40-watt iron warm like that, you wanna kind of keep it clean so it doesn't get that black stuff, that oxidation or whatever it is. You're in my light. Thank you. Nope, you're still in my light. You gotta come over here. Thank you, right there. Okay, so you see this, guys? You can see that nice, bright, shiny. Another thing that does help is if you use like Q-tip, not Q-tips, but what am I trying to say here, camera crew?
Toothpicks?
Toothpicks can be helpful. And then I also have like soldering tools that look like this, and they're pretty useless most of the time. But sometimes when you're trying to pick stuff off of boards, of course I'm right-handed, so I've got literally the wrong hand doing it. But you don't want to put tons and tons of stress on those dinky connections because you will find out just how not strong they really are. See that? Now I've pulled off the silicone. That silicone is off of there now. Okay, so you see it? Now I've got 3 wires. And the only reason I show how to do this as opposed to just using a servo signal reverser is because I know that most of you are gonna get the model and you're gonna be like, oh crap, Brian, I don't have one of those. I get it, yeah. I mean, I don't always have one. But the thing is, when I use them, they're like 10 bucks for a pair of 2, I think is the ones I recommend. And they're just like the cheapest Chinese junk that you can get. And they work fine. So if you don't have them, I wanna show you how to do it. So now I'm just gonna take any 2. The outside 2 are gonna be the most easiest mechanically to do. Okay, see it popped free. I think it's free. Nope, the solder chased it. Okay, now that's free. All right, so I'm just gonna pull that. And remember, it doesn't matter which one's which. It's like a brushless motor in this regard. It doesn't matter which one you do at all. Like, don't overthink it, just switch 2. You can switch the middle one if you want. But it's just on this particular servo, it seems easier to do this one, so I'm just gonna do this one. Also, don't breathe the smoke. That's how people get lead poisoning. And yes, lead poisoning will make you literally go crazy. That's what lead poisoning does to people, ultimately.
So you've been breathing the smoke?
I gotta try to get something to pull it apart. It doesn't take hardly anything. It's just, of course, I'm like here on an island without any other humans to help. Except for the camera crew. Because like if this was held still, then I could just do this in literally 1 second. It would really help.
Do you want me to hold this servo?
Got to clean the tip. See, and that's one thing too you guys got to just realize is no matter how many millions of hours of footage you're trying to clip out of your video, no matter how you have a reputation for having 3-hour-long videos and you're desperately trying to make them shorter, no matter how much you work hard to make your videos shorter, it doesn't matter. Your tip has to be clean. Keep your tip clean. Okay, guys? See that? Okay, now that one's free. And we can just immediately not accidentally grab the wrong one. Okay? So you see there's not very much wire exposed here. You can turn that flash on if you want. There. Now I just pulled out a little teeny bit extra from the sheath on the cable. Okay? See, and the tip is already dirty. This is one of the problems with using a hotter tip. But believe me, I've done it the other way too. I've done cooler tips and then it's a pain in the butt. You can't get the solder to wick. There we go. Okay, now I can heat this up and I'm just gonna apply that to the board. Got a little bit of fresh solder on both sides of the equation. And you can see it's very small and a little bit challenging, but just in the sense that it's small. You know, it's not hard to do this beyond the fact that it's just freaking really small and my fingers are big. Okay. And believe me, you guys probably have the same problem. Okay, so that's soldered on there. Good mechanical strength to it. Now, same thing here. I'm gonna grab the sheath loosely. I'm gonna grab with my fingernails the wire portion, the copper portion. Once I get the copper portion with a death grip, I can pull back the sheath a little bit and then just get a little bit of this fresh solder on there. Okay, so now we got fresh solder there. We're gonna do fresh solder on the board. Okay, a little bit of fresh solder there. Okay, so everything looks nice and clean. I'm just gonna route this cable right along the face of the surface of the board so as to not actually touch with the bare copper any of the components on the board. They're all SMD chips, surface mount chips. And once I get it where I want it, I just kind of have to make it so that when I press down, it's gonna bridge the solder, okay? So, I mean, it's like really not that hard. It's just really awkward to do on film, okay? And I know we say that a lot on this channel, but it's basically totally true. Camera crew, would you mind unplugging me? See, there's lots of things we do, and now that flash probably needs to be shut off.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Okay, so now that we know that we have that at least switched, now we can see if I'm full of crap, which, you know, I hope I'm not wrong.
Hopefully not.
That would be bad, but I don't know why I would be wrong. Okay, so we have the case. And before we close up the case, I think it would be wise to just come over here and go ahead and test this. So we've got the 4 screws here.
Okay.
Got a screwdriver, got mount screws, all that stuff. Now I'm just gonna plug this in. Now, of course, we are not energized, are we? Nope.
No, you unplug the battery from the servo tester.
And then you can see where we're gonna be sitting, which is like this. Because that's the way, nope, it goes the other way. And again, it would go the same rotation direction. And that's why I know some of you are sitting at home screaming, just flip the servo over, Brian, just flip it over. It won't work. You have to flip it over this way. So it'd be sticking out the top of the wing. I've tried. Okay, so now that we have that in, I'm just gonna plug it back into the servo tester. And then if like smoke comes out, you can all laugh. Okay, so now, is this the right position that it would be in physically?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna hold this like just kind of similar. See how it's moving? Same direction? Mm-hmm. See how it's pulling the same direction? Now, of course, the geometry is wrong because I'm like trying to hold it in a hole. It's not gonna work. Okay, it's unplugged. So now that we've seen that that works, let's go ahead and get it put back together in full. Okay. And just pull this little linkage end off. Now, I gotta say, as much as that was super annoying and I'm still pissed I had to do it, it was actually somewhat serviceable. So we've done that on foamies where we have to dig foam out and all sorts of crap. Mm-hmm. And this, we did not have to do that at least. Ow, knees.
I wonder if it was supposed to be a reverse servo and they like put the wrong one in or something.
You know,
I mean,
I've seen it before both ways, where it's like you get a reverse servo on like the tail feathers, you know, where it's just one servo. Mm-hmm. And you're just thinking to yourself, what moron hired that guy? So now, because we don't have silicone over that, I'm just gonna literally use a piece of cardboard. You'll wanna source this very carefully from whatever is sitting literally under your elbow at the time. So you're gonna wanna definitely find that piece and stick it there. It's a super specific chunk that was ripped. And I'm kind of hoping that the camera crew has got an angle where you can actually see what's going on, because I'm thinking that she might need to be over here where my eyeballs are. It must be windy out there. The chimes are going like crazy. Okay, so now you see those black wires. We just have to very carefully tuck those back down in there. Okay, see these black wires? These are the black wires. You can turn that flash back on, would be great. Thank you. That's actually helpful to me very much. Thank you. Okay, so I'm just gonna use the fingernails. These are silicone wrapped cables, so they're somewhat soft. You gotta be a little bit careful. And then all I'm gonna do is, now that I'm holding this in place, I'm just gonna like literally press down and just rip off some of the excess so I have a well-shaped piece of cardboard, okay? See? So that's gonna help with potential for shorting out on the surrounding metal case, which is part of the reason why I was like, wow, I'm surprised they use a metal case. But just remember, this cable is gonna come out this hole, and so probably would be wise if we could take and rip that right there as well. And then I can just tuck in the little bit of excess in and around. And all that's gonna do is basically protect everything from shorting out, okay? So then that wire is going to be better protected. Same thing with this wire. We just kind of want to get things tucked back down where they won't be a problem with the case and the cabinet. This is a very small cabinet in this case. It was a bad choice of words. Case cabinet in the same sentence. I apologize. Thanks for understanding what I meant, even though it was totally confusing. Brian, is it a case or a cabinet? I'm so confused, man. He's back again.
That guy's watching a lot of videos.
I've been watching from the tree out here. It's really great. So this morning we saw some eagles flying. It was cool. Mm-hmm. It was really cool. Actually, 2 of them, and they were slope soaring around, except not with the slope, and they were just soaring. Okay.
It was so cool.
It was very cool. And I don't know what they were hunting, but they were obviously doing some sort of a killing ops. You know what? This one is feeling a little bit like we might need a smaller screwdriver. So I'm going to switch to this other China screwdriver. Is that the one we were using?
Possibly.
Yeah, sounds like you don't know. So I'm going to just go with, I think it's right. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's right. Well, we have a couple that fall down into the bottom of our vase of knot flowers. And they kind of get hard to reach. So sometimes I'll dump them out and I forget which one I grabbed. Ooh, that case split on me a little bit. Eesh, don't like that. It's not the case's fault that I am overly torquey with my screwing. Oh yeah, yeah. If you screw hard, you can definitely rip that hole out. Actually, I think I reamed all 4 holes.
Way to go.
Whoopsie. Okay, so now we've got that thing reassembled. And what's the first thing you do when you reverse a servo, camera crew?
Test it again?
No.
Oh.
Mark it. Why do you mark it?
Oh, so that when you take it out and you're
because
like,
then when this poor
this?
schlub realizes that he pulled a servo out and he orders a replacement, he doesn't get the wrong one.
Yeah.
So then you write the word reverse. Reverse. And then this side's going to be exposed, so I'm going to just make an R. R, matey. R.
Great.
Reverse. Reverse. Okay? So now that it's marked as such, we can plop this back in here and it should be no problem to get this wing doing the things that we want to get it to do. And the reason that it's so cool that we can do that in the blink of an eye is because you don't have to order anything to do that. It's just, you know, you just use the stuff you already had. They provided everything you need except the labor that you used.
That stuff that you needed.
Oh, well, I guess technically they didn't provide that.
And you should get your eyes checked if they're blinking that slowly.
In the blink of an eye?
You take a nap.
Yes. Thank you for pointing out my inaccuracy.
Yes. That's
Did you?
why I'm here.
So it's pointed like
The
like
label
this.
goes up.
Okay.
Yes, like that.
Yeah, I can't see either of the labels. Oh. I gotta go back to this side.
Well, it goes up.
Thank you for that ultra clear communication. Don't know where I would be without that. Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and just really actually carefully do this. Oh, that's not a Phillips screwdriver. Crap.
You have your hex out that you need.
I know, but I don't want it to fall out.
Oh, gotcha.
Because I'm like standing over our disposal. So.
I got the Lego out earlier, it's fine.
Yeah, this is a little smaller than a Lego. Have to be RTL fasteners to the rescue again. Okay. By the way, guys, thanks for ordering from RTL Fasteners. If you have hardware needs, then they're a great place to get really weird stuff whenever you need it and in the exact quantity you need. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now I need to plug things back in because there's really no sense in not doing that right now. I'm going to plug this in so that the negative is toward my belly. I'm basically going to wake it up. I want to find the middle. The middle is now the middle, okay? So that one is up higher than level. This one needs to be level. So the closest I can get it, see what I mean by level? I mean level here, meaning this is level. I'm gonna try to put this on and see how bad it is. Yep, it's pretty bad there. Let's see how many teeth I've got now. So we're gonna go out just a hair. See, and then that's too high. So the splines on this are not going to allow for a middle ground. So what I'm gonna have to do is, I think I want to extend it just a little bit. So I'll just extend it while I've got 2, 3. See if that's enough. That'll help us kind of find the center. Okay. So I don't know if you guys picked up on this or if I was too subtle about it, but I want to point out the fact that there's threads here and there's threads here. In my case, it's wanting to unscrew here. I want it to unscrew evenly. So in order to accomplish that, I need to use a pair of needle nose pliers. Needle nose pliers or lineman's pliers to hold the shaft as I spin it, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just try to grab the lineman pliers and I'm just gonna spin this, or this needle nose. See, and that way I know I'm not untwisting this. See what I'm doing there? See how that works, guys? Try not to put a hole in your fuse, like I about did there twice. Okay? And I don't even know if I've got that enough turns to make a difference. But now that we have that possibly where it needs to go, I can come down here and then see if the splines line up where it needs to go. And then splines are still putting it down quite a bit. Okay? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a problem. You have to remember this is technically a flap servo. Good point, me. I'm glad I thought about that.
What?
Since these are flaps, you want to use the full range, unless you're using these for full-length flap-ons. We are in the middle setting. Can you show them this, please? See that? Middle setting. The middle of the servo range. I want to be at the top or the bottom. Do you understand why?
Well, I don't, but they probably do.
That needs to be our down setting. Or, alternatively, the up setting.
So that you can get your full deflection.
Full range of deflection.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, I see.
So while we've got everything torn apart, this would be the perfect time. And by the time we put it in the right spot, the splines might not line up anymore. Okay, so this is where you need to be very careful you don't overdrive your servos. Because when you set up your radio system, you're going to set your radio system to -100, +100, and then 0 to start. And you'll want to make sure your flaps are in the middle setting, because if you overwhelm them, you may not have but a couple seconds to actually get that right. Okay, so now, watch what I'm doing. Look for the spline. So that spline position is just past. Just past. So I feel like maybe we just need to screw it back in a couple turns. 1, half, 2, 3. Okay, so like 3 turns. Let's see how that looks. Ooh, yeah, we're getting dangled. Oh, yeah, that's perfect right there. Really close. Let's see if I can get, see, 1 whole turn is going to be too much. So look at that, how close that is. Mm-hmm. That's really good, okay? So now we got to do the other one, okay? So the other one, of course, being over here. So all I have to do is just undo the screw here. Now, if you weren't doing inboard flaps and you were just doing full-length flap-ons, which is totally fine, there's nothing wrong with that, and I don't want to poo-poo that at all. I did the wrong one. I was trying to do this one. Oops. Sorry, folks. Phillips. Okay, so we're going to unscrew that, lay it down here in a pile. I'm going to unplug this from that. And then I'm going to try to line this up and see if the spline slips on. Oh, buddy, are you kidding me? We got lucky on that one. See, we're not perfect. I'm going to probably, I want to extend my shaft.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah, one turn is all I'm doing. It probably overshot. No, that's pretty perfect. Look at that, guys. Perfect and perfect. I'm not about to pat him on the back on the one thing of the plane that I don't like. Okay, that's in. So guys, on this channel, on Brian Phillips RC, we love working with good vendors, good distributors, good manufacturers, and we think that Ohio model products, or omp hobby, as I call them. I know some of you are going to be like, it's not OMP, or it is OMP. I don't care. I'm calling them omp hobby because it's a lot easier.
We're just going to start it. It's like the new thing.
It's the new thing. We're trendsetters here. But what we were getting at is, what I'm getting at is that we like working with the good companies that let us point out things that we don't like about their models. Because if we can't point out things we don't like, what's the point of reviewing something? Okay, flat. Yeah, we are really, really close to being perfect here. It's tempting to just try, but I'm not going to, okay? So now I'm going to literally scroll it down instead of pressing the button because I don't want it to break. Whoops. Holy crap, that's half. We're out. So now we're operating at the top of the range.
Go all the way down again because I want to watch the arm on this one.
What's happening?
I was gonna hit.
Okay, so that's what's happening. Okay, so how can we resolve that? Let's think about this out loud. If the control horn was on the other side, you still wouldn't be able to do it. So, okay, so let's talk about this for a minute. The choice becomes, do you want it to mechanically bind or do you want the full deflection? And the truth is, you're getting pretty much full deflection with half of your throw. So you don't have to go to the middle like I did. You could if you want, but you don't need that full throw, which is really actually great. Because that means that, you know, you're gonna bottom out on this frame before you definitely hit the end stop and you actually mechanical, like you're locking it out. You've got that sweep, like if I'm the servo and your arm's like this, you sweep down like this, the linkage is gonna run into it. It's gonna get trapped right there. So once you do that, servo's dead. And it's fast on some servos. Some, you'll overwhelm it and it'll just pop and it's done. There is no coming back from it. Sometimes you burn the boards out, sometimes you burn the motors out. But the idea is, yeah, we may not have actually needed to make that adjustment. We had to center them. So I kind of like the idea of maybe splitting the difference even. What do you think? Sorry guys, yakking up a lung there. Okay, so my tentative thoughts are, I wanna just show you, I'm just gonna film this time and show you what I'm talking about here, guys. Okay, so you'll notice the terrible filming quality. That's me, Brian Phillips. Okay, so you see how that one's tighter than this one? That's why this side bottomed out earlier, okay? Right, than this. Because physically located further over that way than that one. Now, the other thing you could do that would buy you more room would be to put this thing on the other side, and that would allow you to move down further, but then it would also try to twist that linkage, okay? So I'm thinking, you see where we are? I just want to show you what I'm talking about. See? We're just operating on the top of the range instead of the bottom of the range. But then we get back to a nice smooth finish here with only just a very small indisparity here and an almost perfect line up there. So what I'm getting at is you're never gonna get both sides of that throw. You're gonna accomplish it from minus 100 to 0 or from 0 to plus 100, but you're gonna have no throw up above. So probably the better thing to do would be to go to the middle. If you go to the middle, of the throw and then reset everything, then that's where you gotta be. It just happened to work out thinking that I might be able to get more deflection. I wanted to try it. So we might pause while I redo this because it's just the same exact process and you can copy. All right, so we've adjusted the linkages such that we have just a small droop at neutral, barely anything, but it still is something. And as you can see, like one click gets them perfect. Now, why did I do that? Because I wanted to be able to have throw up and down, because what's the point of trying to chase this sort of arbitrary only one direction if you have enough throw? Might as well leave it there. I mean, you can technically set up spoilers on the middle if you want. I wouldn't generally do it, it'd be weird, but you can do it. So now that we're done with that, we can take the plane out of the sink, which is always a victorious moment in the life of a radio-controlled airplane, is when you can finally take it out of the sink. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pause, get all this crap cleaned up, and then we're gonna do the ailerons. All right, so now that we have this sort of situated, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually center the surface with my servo tester. And really the important thing is if you're wiring off a control channel, you just need to make sure that you can get them to match at some point, okay? Because once they're matched, you can make small trim adjustments, and I have a perfect fit there and a perfect fit there, then I can just unplug it. then some of you are saying, well, why not just use your sub trims in your radio? Yeah, I mean, you can do that if you want, but again, you're dealing with a stabilized receiver. Okay, so aileron up and down, everything looks good. So really at this point, what we're looking for is the clearance here and the clearance here. Now it's not perfect, but I have it in the center. This one you do want to be centered. So you have to kind of do the same process to actually physically center these servos. Now, some planes, it's very hard to get at the servo. Other planes, it's pretty easy. This is one that's pretty easy. So because of that, my suggestion is to undo it here because it's only one screw. If you try to undo anything else, or if you use a ball link plier to pull them on and off each time, it's gonna be a real pain in the neck, okay? So I'm gonna pop this off. I know that I need to I need to de-extend it so that I can shorten this right here, close that up, okay? Does that make sense? Are you showing them? I can't tell where the camera's pointed.
Yes.
Okay.
I can see all those things.
All right, so we'll just pop this down. All right, so once that's down, I'll show you what I want. I want it to be like that, okay? So in order to get that, I need to shorten this. So I'm just gonna go half, 1, half, and you can do every 1. There's 1. And then when you're done, you wanna make sure that your ball links are 90 degrees of each other, okay? And just, that's based on this model. It's not like some rule of thumb, okay? Go just a little bit more. Okay, so now that's gonna be 90 degrees of each other, so there's 0 pressure being applied. Now let's see if we got that. We gotta go back to the same spline position. You're not gonna go to that position. You're certainly not gonna go to that position, so you're gonna go to this position. And you see what's going on? We've improved, but we're not better enough. So we had to do 2 to get that, so we're probably gonna have to do 2 more.
2 more, yeah.
Okay, so remember, we're shortening it, so we're gonna tighten this. There's almost 1. There's almost 2. Okay, now I need to get to 50% again. And they move on both ends, so it does kind of fight you a little bit. Okay, so now see I'm holding it with one hand and seeing if the spline will line up. Look at that, guys. I mean, that isn't perfect, by the way. It's really dang close,
right,
but you're not gonna get any closer. And you wanna know why? The only way you're gonna get closer is if you take off this whole assembly and flip it to the other direction. It's just not worth it. There's not enough advantage there, in my opinion, okay? Because you're gonna have some indisparity even when you're done. So like when you're done and you've flown your trim flight, your plane is gonna have, the ailerons are gonna be not perfect. There's gonna be one that's slightly up, one that's slightly down, almost always. I mean, it's not like this is gonna be a 300-mile-an-hour plane or something, but almost every plane, mark my word, go ahead and try it if you don't believe me. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna unplug that one. We're gonna do the same thing over here. And for the sake of video length, should we just do this and then come right back?
Yeah, probably so.
Let's do that.
Okay.
All right, so we have perfect symmetry and alignment, as perfect as we can get it. We have agreement between the flaps, and we have then agreement on the ailerons therein, okay? At centered, centered, and centered. So there's 3 channels in play. We have left aileron, right aileron, and then of course the flaps, which are tied together. Okay, now some of you may decide, hey, I don't wanna go through all that BS of flipping the servos, and I mean, I really can't blame you. It is a pain, but it's really actually not that big a deal. This is a pretty easy build. So if you're gonna go through a pain, might be a good idea to do that rather than spend the money on the servo. But for the sake of, you know, making things easy, let's continue and get our elevator done, okay? Because since we've already got the servo tester out, which by the way, this is the XBC 100 battery tester. It's designed for smart batteries. This is a smart battery. We have links to all this stuff in our video description. If you can't find it, just look for the smart stuff down there. And it's like accessories that go with smart stuff, okay? Now I wanna point out one other thing. There is a linkage here, and there's a ball link here, and that's gonna go onto the servo horn, and there's only one position, okay? So I need to actually plug in the elevator now. And the elevator is obviously over here, and I can see there's a long extension that goes up there. I might actually want to put an extension cable on these now that we've widened the other two, and guess where? That's gonna give us really good clearance. I love it. The camera crew off camera just got done cleaning up all these wires that I sloppily spilled onto the desk.
All over the place.
Yep, and guess what? I'm gonna just pull them all back out.
Great.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
That's how you know I care.
Right.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this, and again, you can always take them off, but you can't add them easily, okay? Especially now, this is nice, because then I can have everything in one spot, which is pretty cool. And I'm actually way excited about that, because guess what? A guy could take, or a gal, could take the receiver and actually mount it up here if they wanted. Not on top, obviously, but you could mount it underneath, which would be really nice. Because then look how easy it is to get everything. I mean, like, way easy. You can definitely tell which one's which now, too. Which is pretty cool. Okay, awesome. All right, so we're doing the elevator now. So the elevator, same thing, we'll just plug it in. Okay, so it's moving. Okay. Just gonna put it back to centered. And if you ever wanna actually have more than one surface energized at the same time, you can just put a Y cable and it will center both at the same time. And I've done that on like up to 8 or 10 surfaces at once. Eventually you draw too much current and the XBC battery checker starts flashing and smoke flies.
Super fun.
There isn't any smoke, but that would be cool if it did. Okay, so now we have this. So that's where the radio system thinks neutral is going to be here, okay? So, and that might be, but not looking very promising there, because look, we're off by like a lot.
Quite a bit.
So there's two trains of thought. You do kind of want this to be 90 degrees. You could go out here like this and change the spline position to make alignment, but I just think you're gonna have too many problems. So I'm gonna have to actually run this in, because we have plenty of throw left on those, I think, to get it all the way. Okay, so you can either grab here in the middle of the rod, or you can just start cranking away. And I think we're gonna, oh my goodness, that's gonna be hard to turn. I think I'm gonna start cranking away for now. And if you ever have one that really doesn't want to turn for you, there's another trick of the day. And what you can do is you can take this rod and you can replace it with a shorter one, or you can take it out and bend it and put a Z-bend in it, which is, it's not near as bad as it sounds, but it, you know, you can screw it up if you're not careful.
It seems like a pretty thick rod to do that with.
Yeah, it is thick, but I mean, it's strong. And I would rather have a strong, thick rod than a wiggly little thin rod.
Well, yeah, I agree.
The trouble is, what you end up with is you end up with strong, thick rods, and they like to ram it into spots they shouldn't be.
You're right.
And then you end up with all sorts of problems.
To keep your rod like under control.
Under control. You have to control your rod. Well, fortunately, this one's not quite as long as that one. That one's a long, wiggly rod.
Yeah, that's a little
crazy.
A little flimsy rod over there.
But you know what? That one, oh, see what we're doing? We're kind of putting pressure on this as we do this. That's not so hot. But I said, I'm gonna try a sizable crescent wrench. This is not a crescent wrench. This one's a tool shop crescent wrench. Also known as a tool shop sizable wrench. And because Crescent is a brand, I've been told. I'm kind of struggling to do this because it's kind of hard to get your hands in there. You know what I need? You know what I need? I need my little keyring looking thing that has a million different doohickeys on it.
Oh, to help you with your rod?
It's keys to my heart. Not really at all, actually. Oh yeah, that's actually not the right size, and it's the smallest one. Son of a biscuit lover. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab onto the adapter up here. Then I'm gonna oh geez, yeah. I feel like a janitor. Oh geez, it's not the right size. Okay. Okay, so it just occurred to me as I was getting ready to kind of size this up and slide this shaft through so I could hold it in place, which I don't have it anywhere near the right adjustment. It just occurred to me that my bag, my nut and bolt sack that's left, does not contain the right size screws, meaning we evidently either missed our nut and bolt sack that has that in it and the hardware necessary to terminate these, or we got shorted. I kind of tend to think we probably got shorted. Now, if that's the case, it is what it is. We will be able to get by thanks to RTL fasteners. Yes. We have a metric kit here and we have a standard kit. Yes, look at those handwritten notes. Super high professionalism. Kit 9155 or kit 743, okay? One of those two kits are gonna contain what we need, and I'll share what we use here in a little bit, but I just wanted to point out the fact that we were shorted on those, so that's annoying. Also, look at this. Let's just set this into the hole, This is actually tied physically to the pull system as well at the servo. And so there's a set screw that's gonna be accessible only from the top. So that is going to be challenging. I believe in the nut sack and bolt sack, there would probably have been a sizable, or excuse me, a whatever size that is. But if not, we're just gonna use one of these that we already have. Probably 0.7 millimeters, I'm guessing. Let's try. Nope, way too small. Okay, I'm gonna go up to 1.5. Actually, it was that far off, I think, my estimation. Feels like 1.5 is probably about right. Now, I realize what I'm doing now is a little bit premature, but I just mostly want to get this done because there's gonna be other crap going around and it might get really hard to reach this. Okay, so that's set in that position. Now that's not the permanent right position, it's just where it's going for now, okay? So now we've got them at least cinched down somewhere. Now this, I'm way farther than I need to be, in my opinion. And I am not sure that I can get that much more out of these without taking them apart, cutting off some of the threaded bit, and getting our adjustment in that way. So I am reluctantly gonna try it the way I said it. I didn't wanna try it because I know for a fact I can get it with the spline. I just don't know if I like the throw, and we'll see here in a minute if that causes any mechanical binding. Now I'm gonna lay this screw by the receiver here, camera crew.
Okay,
Keep me accountable on that.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna just pop this control horn off, and I'm gonna actually go into a position like, okay, I guess we gotta get some hardware out. So now I'm gonna move all the nut and bolt sack stuff that came with this, and I'm gonna go into, that came with this as well. Now we need to try to find inside of here some screw on the backside. That's definitely not it. That could be it. So we have standard and we have metric. I'm gonna lean toward metric probably. So we have lots of nuts in there, good. We have lots of bolts in there. Let's go ahead and just get into the nuts and bolts real quick and see what we can find. Now, obviously, as you guys know, we have lots of nuts and bolts from lots of different airplanes that are spares and extras. But in this case, I do not wanna sort through all that crap. I just wanna grab one that's the right one, and I will tell you what size it is that I was shorted here. And then you guys will at least know what's going on. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab one I think is right. Ooh, that's pretty close, but I don't know if no, see the shaft size is way too big. So it's probably the next size. So it looks like we're going down to an M2, more than likely, M2. And then this one's short. I wanna use the shortest one I can use that still gets the job done, okay? Because that's gonna add the least weight, but you can see we gotta pass all the way through that, so that's not gonna work. So M2, 12 millimeter, socket head cap screw, product number CM2012. Okay, so that'll pass through there. And it looks like we don't have an in-between size because we go from 12 to then 16 to then 20. So yeah, so this is the correct size of what we have to work with. And now that's gonna pass through. It's gonna give us a little bit of extra room for a nut. Now it looks like we need a washer on one side is what they used. Okay, so I guess we're gonna do that too, just so it mimics the look of the rest. Wait, is there a washer there? I can't tell. No, there's not a washer on the inside. There's just one washer on the head of the screw side. Okay, so again, in the metric kit, I'm gonna go to the M3. Okay, here's M2. I've got M2.5. Here's M2 flat washer. 50 pieces come in this kit. Just grab one of those. Don't drop these because there's 4 trillion of them. And we're not gonna do a washer next to the lock nut, but we're gonna do one next to the head of the screw. Don't understand the rationale there, but that's just the way it is, I guess. Okay. So you see that little thing? Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm gonna try to pick it up, slip it on here, slide it through them, yeah, like that. Then let's find our nuts while we're at it. Okay, so that's the other one we just used. That's the M2 flat washer product MF020. And what we used over here on the actual bolt, just to reiterate the part number, this is the value pack quantity hardware. There's 12 pieces in here of CM2012. And that's gonna be a M2 12 millimeters long. Now we need to find an M2 nut, which I believe we have probably right here, M2 nylon insert. This is an ML020. It's right here. Let's grab one of those. And this is why you get an RTL fasteners kit, is for this exact reason, because we've built a lot of planes and a lot of planes have shorted us. And we try not to freak out about it because it's not that big a deal, because we have these tools. If we did not have these tools, I would be pissed, because then I would be stuck here with a plane that I can't fly and I'd be screaming to get it done. Well, actually they'd be screaming to get us done, but still. Okay, now this is gonna go on the outside to the inside, and I'm gonna grab my nuts with a pair of needle nose pliers. And then what was that, a 1.5 drive on that? 1.5 seemed like it's probably right. It could be 2. Nope, that's a 1.5. And full disclosure, now you can tighten the nut until it's totally tight, and then you can just let everything else swivel on the ball link, okay? So as you can see, that worked just fine, and now we can make that movement happening. Okay, so let's try this. Is that level? Nope.
Nope.
It's way down. Okay, so let's go to the next spline position, and what do you know? It's way, whoa, maybe not. It's actually pretty dang close.
Really close.
What the heck?
Maybe you weren't as far off as you thought.
No, I'm still, you know what? It's hard to tell because of the wing fences, admittedly, guys. So I'm gonna have to just go with, yeah, it's good enough. Because it is, I think.
Okay.
Sweet. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you lose. Okay, so we're gonna put this screw in here. And then basically the next move is we're gonna be looking at the pull system and the rudder, but I wanna just check for throw on this. Ooh. I'm not gonna overdrive them so quick that it burns out, but I wanna show you guys what I'm looking for. On this screen, you see how it says 102, 100, no, you can't put that there. It's in my way too much. You're gonna have to come over on the other side. And I'll have to move my RTL kit. So, what I'm trying to say is, when I'm holding this, how about that? Mm-hmm. When I'm holding this, I'm looking at the milliamps down on the bottom. Watch how it increases toward the end of the throw. See, we're not bottomed out. See that? That's a lot of extra current there. So now, I'm gonna put it close to the end of the throw. Now, no, I need you to keep looking at this. I'm gonna grab and move it with my fingers in hand. See the load? Okay, now come back and show them what I was doing. Grabbing the surface and putting pressure on it. So now it's at 204 milliamp hours, 204, and I let go and it drops down to 102. So what you can do is you can test how much mechanical load is gonna cost your electronic circuit. Sorry, that was kind of like, that was tough to do and get the camera angle. Okay, so now that we have the elevator set, now we need to do the rudder. And some of you guys at home are probably thinking, you know, Brian, you make this harder than it needs to be. I agree. Try filming it once. It's a lot harder when you film it, because these little subtle like maneuvers are hard to do when you've got a second person that isn't able to read your mind. I am wrapped around the cable. Oh, that sucks. My pull system. Show them what I'm looking at. I just noticed that. Grab this cable and pull it.
Yep. Well, I gotta
You
focus.
see it?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, this one.
Yep.
It's pulling on the pull.
There.
Okay, so let go. You're not gonna be able to probably film me doing this because I'm gonna have to go in here and do it manually, but I know how to undo it. I'm glad I caught that. That would have been a pain in the butt. Okay, so I've undone it once and now it's free. And if you show the people, double check yours and make sure that's true, guys. Okay, all right, now. This is where it gets really challenging is we're doing this build, right? And the camera crew is trying desperately to get you guys an amazing shot. And I'm trying to be in the same spot, doing the same thing at the same time. And you can only have one humanoid in one spot at one time. And so it's quite challenging. Now, these are the clips that you're supposed to get. And I did not get them, okay? That little doohickey there. I did not get those crimps. You're never gonna be able to see that without the light on. See that, guys? That is a crimp that I didn't get, and it looks like a piece of crap, actually. So what I'm gonna do is, camera crew's gonna take back over. I'm gonna probably use a crimp from an electrical crimp or something like that. I may even solder it, I'm not sure, but there's a way to do it. And where there's a will, there's a way, and I'm gonna show you how I do it, but the next step is I gotta plug in the servo, and let's go ahead and see what happens. We're gonna do the same test we did on the other ones. Okay. So I am currently centered. Centered is important on this because pull systems can be tricky, okay? Pull system meaning there's one pull on one side and one pull on the other. You don't want these to drop back in the plane. That would be devastating. It would cause a lot of difficulty that is undue, okay? So I highly suggest you don't let go of that tape until you know you can feed it through. So I'm gonna drag this plane back. This is one of those times where it's just like, I've only done this probably 2 or 3 times in my RC career, pull systems. And so I'm just gonna admit right now I have sort of an inadequacy on this part, okay? So you see, then that's gonna come and get crimped somewhere, but I don't have that tight yet. And what you can do is you can turn this like a turnbuckle into that housing. You can turn this into that. Sometimes you'll be lucky and they'll actually come up with a better system for you where there's actually a turnbuckle, literally a turnbuckle. Like we've done that on a couple of Dancing Wings planes. And it's worked really nice actually, okay? So I'm actually gonna take this, the excess, because I have 2 of them to deal with, and I'm just gonna tape it here where it's sort of like somewhat centered. Once this gets taut, and I'm gonna know where that is because I can go to the other side of the wing now. So the camera crew is gonna follow. She's gonna come over here, and then I'm gonna pull this tape off, okay? And you can see where it's sitting here. So all I have to do is now mimic that, going from the bottom to the top. And they're screwed in about the same amount. And remember, you're not trying to like pull it super hard, you just wanna pull it so it's somewhat centered. And what you're looking for is just equal amounts of pressure on both sides. Now, how do you equalize pressure on both sides? I don't know. Guess and check, man. So look what's going on. It's not straight.
Right.
Okay? So if it's not straight, then there's one other thing we got to do right now. We already know this is centered, so I can now center this steerable wheel.
Oh, right.
You're like, Brian, why are there so many steps on this plane? That's because this is a pretty high quality plane. It's gonna have a few more extra steps. Now, is this hard? Not really. No. We've built planes like this where you gotta mount every control horn and do tons of additional steps, and it's not very fun. They're not the fun steps, the ones you wanna be doing.
No.
They're the steps you have to do. I'm gonna use this flight test one. It's too fat to reach.
Oh.
Unfortunately. But I could take the tip out. The tip might actually come out of that. And that's not a flight test one. That came with one of our crappy like drone style VTOL, whatever.
Something or other.
Garbagey bang good plug and fly that turned out to be practically an ARF. one of those. Okay, so you can see this. Now that's gonna be bound up right now if I were to try to use the servo tester to move it. But now I gotta try to center this mechanically with, notwithstanding, all I have to do is just pull. Look, I'm just pulling the slack, okay? So once the slack is where I think I want it, then at any point I can just slide a collar over this and I could mark it and get it pretty close actually. That's probably what I need to do actually, hon.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take a black marker. Actually, you suppose I'll be able to see a black marker on that surface?
Are you marking the wire or that little
I'm marking the wire.
linkage? Probably.
Marking the wire. Okay, so I'm gonna mark, let's say here and here, okay? And then over on the other side, since we have the thing basically centered, I'm gonna go ahead and mark the other side. So I don't know if you can see where I'm marking it from where your camera angle is.
Trying to stay out of your light.
See how it's a vertical line? I just need a little something. Because here's the thing, you can always tighten it up later, but you can't add length back to it.
You gotta be sort of close.
You gotta be somewhat close. Now, I was talking about earlier about soldering, and that is another thing you can do, is you can actually take and solder this stuff to itself. I'm not gonna, I do have the soldering iron right there, I guess I could, but I'm not sure I wanna do it that way. I just feel like it's so ultimate and permanent, you know? So let's pause. I'm gonna get something and come right back. Okay, so this is just a little crimp connector, butt splice connector that I'm gonna use, and you'll notice that it's not passing through all the way, okay? But I'm not using this for 2 electrical wires. Normally there would be a little clip in the middle so that the wire won't pass all the way through, and the second wire passes in and you crimp them, right? So pretty simple, use something like this. This is pretty high quality. I use these all day at work, okay? So thanks Works for providing me with a butt splice. You're welcome, Brian, you do a great job. You take as many as you need. Okay. So I'm gonna cut this, and you'll see that. So now that kind of started to crush it a little bit, and that's okay. Just kind of cut out that middle piece. Now I'm not 100% sure this is gonna work, so this is one of those guess and check moments, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. See, that just rips off of there really easy. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the knife and just cut it. Pretty simple stuff. And just shoot it across the room. I knew that was gonna happen. I figured it'd be actually worse. So I'm pretty pleased with that outcome. So then you can see, I'm just gonna open that back up just a little bit, probably with this, this end here. Just open that up a little bit. Now, what I wanna do is I wanna get all that red stuff off of there, which should just take a couple of seconds. And of course, I'm probably gonna shoot it across the room or stab myself or hurt myself, and it'll be hilarious for you guys at home. But for me, it's gonna kind of suck because I need to work with my hands. Oh, there it is. It's a boy. It's so beautiful. Get off. Ow. Okay, so you guys can see this, I'm sure. Oh my goodness. So I'm gonna use this lineman pliers here. See if I can hang on to the metal. I should just take the whole dang thing apart and then cut it in half. That might be the better way. So I got 2 of them just to be on the safe side because I didn't know which way would work better. So if I do it this way, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the lineman pliers, kind of hang on to it actually hard, and then I'm just gonna, cut it like this. Whoops. And now I've shot it across the room, as expected. Okay, so there's a cut, but the cut just slips out every time. So I have to come up with a better way to do this. Maybe if I was doing this a bunch of times, I would probably like clamp it and set up a jig or something like that. See, there, I'm even cutting the metal, which is what I didn't want to do. But as you can see, it is definitely getting down to the bottom, okay? So now once you have that to where you're down to that level, then you should just be able to take this and just peel it out, see? Then you get, and you can get these without the heat, this covering on it, okay? And I just took a little bit off the surface. So there's your little crimpy crimp. So I'm gonna go inside of the crimpy crimp, just next to it, and cut with a pair of side cutters. Or excuse me, these are dikes. Or no, wait, these aren't dikes, these are strippers. Okay. Okay, so now we've got this little doohickey we can feed our wires through and then crimp it. Okay. And we've got 2 of them. Fancy dans. See? That's what they were supposed to send me, and they didn't. How dare they? Okay, so now back to the task at hand. I need to use these things to crimp this thing on that thing.
Okay.
So take note of how big the head is.
Seems a little excessive.
You know what? Look how small this area is.
I know.
So that means we're gonna have to be creative. You can either undo this and pull this away. You can throw caution to the wind, and I might be able to get it, okay? I think it's probably worth the risk. Let's risk it for the biscuit. Okay, we're gonna leave this tape here just in case we need to back up on that plan. Back up out of that plan, okay? Pull this all the way through. Slide this in. Oh. And then we're gonna go back through the same direction we did without any adjustments. And the doohickey is sliding all over the place as expected. Boom. You remember our markings, how conveniently we marked those 2 black points? Mm-hmm. Okay, so now you guys see. Now you guys see what's going on. You're like, oh, maybe it's not as dumb as he looked earlier. Hey, Brian, I thought this was a radio setup, dude. Man, this radio setup is taking forever, dude. I had like 4 kids graduate from college while you were filming. Really? With honors, Brian. Okay. I'll take your word for it, Mr. Crazy Man in the Peanut Gallery. Okay. I'm not sure where you are filming.
I can see your crimp.
Okay. See where I am, guys? I'm having a hard time because the crimp is I need to be able to brace myself against stuff because I know you need to try to see, but I'm trying to actually do this. It's challenging. Okay, so I'm trying to get this around. See how the opening shoots forward? Mm-hmm. And then there's incidentally, that says non, and then the one on the inside says ints, which stands for non-insulated and insulated. Okay. By the way, awesome tool. Okay, I'm gonna go to the non-insulated. Okay. Now I'm gonna double check my black marks, show them from the other angle here so they can see. Megan, where my eyes are, you see where my eyeballs are? They come out of the front of my face.
Yeah, but your hands are in the way.
Right, I understand. Put it in front of my face. Block my view. See this? Watch this. Okay. Okay, you can zoom out tons. Okay, go over my shoulder. All right. Oh yeah, buddy. Now, because I don't trust my own work, I'm gonna pull this back and I'm gonna go around a couple of times. Might even do this, like tie a knot-ish thing. See this? See this? Watch this, amazing. That's gonna look beautiful. That's a hilarious joke, people. Look at that. Pretty amazing, right?
Okay.
So now we're just gonna leave that. We're leaving that tail for another few minutes when we're done actually making this happening. Sorry, if people don't watch that show, they're not gonna know what the heck I'm talking about. They're just gonna think I'm really dumb. Well, they might have already thought that. It's okay. We don't prevent things like that from happening. At least I don't. All right, I'm gonna untape here. We're gonna lay the tape back in the same spot. We're gonna back this through the mechanism. See our 2 marks? We didn't wipe them off by doing anything too excessively. I'm actually gonna feed this through that way. Okay. Slide it down. Don't worry about it. It can't fit through the fuse hole. I don't think it can. It's definitely bad when you can stick it through the hole, the fuse hole. Hey Brian, where's the fuse hole? It's right there. Oh, okay. It's kind of calmed down over the years. See this? Mm-hmm. Oh, Now, same thing, I gotta get the bite to go in, otherwise you can't slide it over because this thing can only stick out so far. And by the way, the second one's harder than the first because, guess what? Because you can't get the thing to loosen up as much. Okay, now I did it on top of the marks. Oh, the other side, right? Mm-hmm. Symmetry is not overrated on a pull system. Oh yeah, that's crimped. Oh yeah. That is amazing. Amazing. I hope I haven't left too much slack in it, but let's just show the people, let's show them the tailpipe here. Okay, ready? Mm-hmm. Over and over. Over and over. Over and over, over and over. So what I'm trying to say is there's still a little bit of slack yet, but slack can be adjusted out. You know what can't be?
Adding length.
Tightness. Tightness cannot be adjusted out. You will be screwed if you do it too tight. I know from experience. And if I didn't, I could imagine what it'd look like if I did. No, I'm serious. I've done pull systems and I've been too tight, and guess what happens?
Then they like don't move.
They don't move. The servo gets weak. It's really weird. You wouldn't think that would happen, but it is exactamundo. Exactamundo. Perfect. Okay. So now let's us test both the steerable tail wheel and the rudder. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, I am also. Sounds terrible.
That's a lot of rudder.
That's what she said. Okay, we're centered again. We're centered.
Okay.
And I don't disagree, by the way, with your assessment on that's a lot of rudder, because that is a lot of rudder. But also, you'll notice it's not returning to the home position. Mm-hmm. Okay? It's close, but no cigar, right? So I'm not a big fan of that, and I think I want to try to resolve it, but I'm not sure the way I want to do it. I've got a couple of different options. I think, first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to cut the excess because, like, we have it. We have enough, okay? If I need to redo this, I just need to get more of this, whatever the heck it is, and put it on there, okay?
Oh, it'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a blast. But, I mean, we shouldn't actually need to, so I'm not, like, super worried about it. Okay. But suppose we want to take that out, guys, okay? Now I can take the tape off. Okay. This plane is technically built now. Did you know? Because before now, it was just mostly built.
True. Now
it's just radio set up, and that's it. Oh, finally we're getting the radio set up, Brian. Man, I've been waiting for years.
Don't worry, dude. We have like 3 more hours before we get to that.
That's such lies, camera crew. Okay, so now watch this. This thing can be tightened, you know. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. I'm glad you knew.
I did.
But I'm saying even with it attached.
Right.
Because, like, technically there's no reason why it can't be, unless, of course, we're out of throw on it, which is possible. And that might be what's going on here. Just to get the right tool for the job here real quick. Oh, that doesn't seem right.
Seems wrong still.
But it's, we'll take your word for it, Brian. Well, we already tried my other tool and it was too small. Remember when we tried that? Mm-hmm. And you were like, get that thing away from me, it's too small.
Well, did you try it on that piece?
No, I tried it on the plastic. So it actually is probably perfect. But what I'm doing is I'm threading this in, okay? So you'll notice that it's tautening. Mm-hmm. Actually, you know, to be honest, I don't notice that at all. It's very hard, it's very unnoticeable. Do you want me to get the key ring? I can tell you want me to get the key ring. You want me to get the key ring.
I totally wanted you to use the key ring. It's not a key ring, it's a piece of wire.
Listen, when we're not filming, she makes me wear this. Okay, yeah, it actually worked. Now, as I tighten this is serving 2 functions. One, it's actually spinning the cable, which in turn will also tighten the cable because the cable is going to be stressed under pressure. Secondarily, I'm tightening this into that thing, which is going to do the same function. Now over here, I got to do the same thing. If I was a smart feller and not a fart smeller, I would have counted the number of turns, but I am just evidently a fart smeller. I did not think about it in time. I was thinking about other things. Like when the camera crew makes me wear this off camera. By the way, this is a 4mm and it's huge. Listen folks, I know huge. I'm an expert on huge. I just can't even honestly tell if that's going in. It feels like it's maybe not. It's coming out. Why am I going the wrong way? Or is this reverse threaded on me? I'm confused. It didn't seem like it was going in, guys, and you're not gonna be able to tell because my camera crew is rightfully trying not to block my light and literally put the camera in front of my face, which is what I repeatedly ask her to do, so that I can actually film from my exact perspective.
I guess.
By the way, before the camera crew used to film all this crap like this, life was so good for her.
It was great.
But the thing is, we had little kids then too. Now our kids are big enough that we can send them away. Like, go away, children, while we film this very important video. But yeah, I used to wear a helmet and it would hold the cell phone and I would get like a literal neck ache every time I filmed. It was so uncomfortable. I hated it so bad. Oh man, look at that.
It's working.
It's working almost perfectly. Okay guys, you see what I'm saying though? You guys see what I'm saying? As it gets tight, it's eventually gonna come into where you can actually adjust this with each and every crank of the tool. So you guys looking at what I'm looking at? Because I'm looking at, as I crank it, it gets closer to centered. You see what I'm talking about? Oh yes. Camera crew, put your fingers on there. Demonstrate what's going on here.
Yeah, it's getting better.
You see it?
Definitely.
It's getting closer and it's getting closer. With every crank.
Hey, don't go too far.
I know. That's what I was saying. So guys, seriously, you need to remember, if you make it too tight, it will break your plane in half. Well, maybe not quite that bad.
Except.
Although it actually could. So seriously, be careful. Now, I'm gonna very conservatively control this now. Also, pay attention to the tail wheel. Does it look otherwise straight to your?
It might be a little bit cockeyed. It is moving in the correct direction.
What about?
Cockeyed.
So that's bottomed out and we're at 700 milliamps. So we're gonna have to make sure we don't go all the way. That is a lot of throw, holy cow. 442 milliamps, 600, 748 milliamp hours all the way at the back of the throw there. But guys, as you can see, did you see that, how it wiggled?
Yeah.
That's what happens when you overdrive the servos and you do it on a little teeny tiny BEC like this.
Oh.
So in case you guys are wondering. Hey, by the way, it didn't go centered. You wanna know why?
Why?
Probably because when you overdrive them so hard like that, I must have done it too quick to go back to the home position. There may be some fiddling, so we're gonna have to bring the keys with us. Okay? I'm serious.
Okay.
I'm seriously.
With us outside.
I'm seriously. Well, I mean, wherever we do it. So guys, very happy with the way this plane went together so far. Now we need to actually stick the radio in the hole, which we're gonna do next. But we gotta clean a bunch of this crap up. We'll be right back. All right, so our next step is kind of somewhat ambiguous because it's been a while since I've done a Lemon RX receiver, which we talked about real briefly at the beginning of this radio setup that's been mostly mechanical setup. And so what we need to do is we need to point it, I believe it goes like this with the pins pointed to the tail of the plane is the general consensus, okay? Now, if you get it wrong, all you have to do is just flip the 3 axis. You can mount it this way, you can mount it this way. You can mount it this way or you can mount it this way, but you have to change the dip switch settings accordingly. And you may have to mix stuff to do it. So you go either way, but if you start going on the walls or upside down, it gets a little bit more complicated. Now, the reason it's more complicated for us is because I'm a little bit tempted to put it up on the top. Although that all being said, I think what we have to do is we probably have to put a battery in the plane. Okay, so 3,200 or 4,000 is kind of like where I thought we would land. Oh, pun intended. okay? So if we're gonna do these batteries, first things first, we have to talk about the fact that we have an XT60 connector, okay? Well, first things first, I gotta get these wires so they don't fall down. So I guess what we're gonna do is we're gonna plug them in, okay? Because like at some point we're gonna have to do that. Okay, so crap, I don't know where to plug things in because it's been a while since I've done this. So the first thing I have to do is actually probably put the battery in, knowing that we're gonna have to use an adapter because these are IC5 connectors and we're going into an XT60. So before we can even plug it in, we have to use an adapter. Now, an adapter for us is gonna look something like this. Or you're like, but Brian, that's not the right connector. Hey, Brian, yeah, that's the wrong connector, man. Waited all this time, 4 kids through college already. Okay, so this is an IC3 and an IC5. Okay, so the IC5 on our 4000 is gonna plug in like yonder. Whoop. Okay, that's really hard on your batteries, by the way, what I'm doing right now. And then this battery plug is gonna be in here, okay? You'll note that it's not very long. In fact, of all the things they did right on this plane, that is really hard to reach. So I need to pull this plane over a lot. And the camera crew is gonna be annoyed because I'm gonna basically block her from getting around. And I'm sorry, I don't really know what else to do about that.
I think I should go sit on the counter on the other side.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll pause while you do that. All right, so now we're gonna try to put this thing in here and I'm not sure exactly how we're gonna do it. It's always a little bit tricky on every first time for a new plane. I don't know if I can twist it. Oh, this also needs to come out because that is our, oh, dang it. We need another extension cord.
Oh.
I'll be right back. Okay, sorry guys, my bad. I forgot about the extension cord for this because we extended the other two. So now that we've got all this, and we might find out we don't actually need any extension cords, but I kind of doubt it. We're probably gonna need extension cords, okay? So then at some point we can just tie this up. Okay, all right, so we got that stuff to where we can get it out and we're gonna have to load the battery. And I must say, loading of batteries matters, guys, it matters. So if you have a really difficult battery load, you may not fly the plane much. So I'm just gonna remind you, manufacturers, as you're considering everything, make sure that you're thinking about where that battery's gonna go. Because even though I can get both hands in here, and I can pretty easily strap that in, which actually is not bad, it's still a little bit hard to do this compared to what I would like to say. Because I am on a countertop right now doing this. Okay, now I can technically plug this in and secure it because the prop is on, okay? And it's just gonna beep at me, okay? Okay. Oh man, that's not very fun to plug in. All right, so now that that's plugged in and beeping, camera crew and I are gonna be careful, okay? So I'm gonna turn on the transmitter and it's gonna continue to beep for a minute. I'm just gonna basically go down here, go to system setup, disconnect RF. I'm gonna basically come up with a new model, okay? So in system setup, model select, I'm gonna go add new model. I'm gonna add up acro, create, and then it's gonna take a second. Okay, so we're just kind of waiting for it to happen. Okay, so now we have the model type, model name. So the model name, this is where you would type it. I'm gonna leave it acro for now. And then I basically just need to go back out here and I'm gonna set up throttle cut. That's the only thing I'm gonna set up on switch H, okay? So it's set up, I'm looking, throttle's not working, good, okay? I'm gonna walk out, now I'm gonna go down to bind. It's not gonna be ready, so I'm just gonna highlight it, lay that down. I'm gonna energize my receiver and I'm gonna plug this into the bind channel. So once this energizes, it's gonna be able to bind, like immediately, okay? So I'm gonna simulate where it's gonna sit. And it looks like our negative is down like before, so this is throttle. So this is gonna energize the circuit. So we're in bind mode. As you can see, it's flashing. Bind, put the receiver in bind mode. Now I'm gonna control the plane and just let it fall. I don't really care where it goes right now. Now the engine is armed, okay? Now I'm gonna, while I have everything secured, nothing happened, that's good. Now I'm gonna go ahead and undo the throttle cut. And we are going backward, That sucks, but we knew that was a possibility.
That's right.
50-50 shot, so we're gonna have to take the cowl off and switch 2 of our wires. But in the meantime, throttle cut's on and we're tested, so we are safe to use this. Now, this gives us the opportunity to show you what we're doing for the whole setup. So you can see this, and then later we're gonna just, now that we kind of know where everything sits, we can just try to get everything situated in such a way. And by the way, this wire needs to go through some of those bulkheads to keep it away from the pull-pull system so it doesn't get tangled. So I might take a second and do that right now. Sometimes the things like this are the difference between a plane that lived and a plane that dies. And I have seen more than once guys at the field that want to cut corners on this. And I cut corners on a lot of stuff, but I don't cut corners on things that are going to catch my wires. Okay, not generally. Okay, I'm going to unplug this little, actually the extension can just drop down. Be nice if I could go back there through that one too. And remember, this is energized, so I gotta be somewhat careful. Oh boy, that'd be real nice. I mean, there is a limit to where you pass through. Okay, so I'm just gonna come back here. I'm not gonna clamp on. I'm just gonna hold it so it's at a 90. Then I'm just gonna pass through 2 of the bulkheads. Then I'm gonna let go of the cable. Then I can reach down and grab it and pull it up. Very simple, like. That is if I grab it. Okay, now that is gonna use up some of my length, admittedly, but we still have plenty of length. And now I'm secure and I'm not worried about hitting my pull-pull linkages. Because remember, it's not just about chafing your cables, it's also about getting in the way of that thing moving. Look how huge it is, by the way. That is gigantic.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so now we can start plugging things in. It should be pretty quick plug-in. Okay, so we've got this, which is going to the rudder, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's just pull this out. Now rudder, if we just look on our channels, we can see where we are. So rudder's channel 4.
Do we need to set up for flaperons though?
Huh? Oh, good point. Yeah, because that's going to change our layout. Okay, so system setup, disconnect RF. We need to set up the aircraft type. Normal. We're going to have flaperons. We're actually going to have 1 aileron and 1 flap. Excuse me. 2 ailerons and 1 flap would be the easiest way, but I'm not sure that's the way it's gonna be. I think it's 1 aileron, 1 flap because of the nature of the flaperons that are on here. But I can't remember actually because it's been so long since I've done it. So we're gonna have to answer that question as we go. Sorry, camera crew.
Okay.
The other thing is the way this one's coming out does make me kind of nervous too. I almost wonder if I need to go forward 1 channel, 1 bay, so everything comes out of that opening.
Let me show them real quick.
Yeah, see how this is coming up? This could, well, it's not gonna be in the way when we're done. Okay, so let's just plug it in. So this one is for the rudder. So I'm gonna just go to where it says rudder. So that's channel 3. It's actually not whatever channel that says, right? Yep. So that's channel 3, okay? So now I'm gonna plug in what would be the flaps on auxiliary. Why is that flashing so much? I don't understand the flashing. That's very weird. I wonder if we have like a bad linkage or something or bad connection somewhere. That's really unusual. I'm not sure what the heck is going on there. Makes me nervous though. Oh, I still have my bind plug in. I'm gonna unplug that for one thing. Okay, we'll just keep an eye on that, I guess. Okay, so this is one of the ailerons. Ailerons are gonna be probably on aux 1. And then aileron is gonna be somewhere else on aileron. Okay. Now I don't know where everything's lining up. This is just guess and check for now. And you're like, but Brian, how do you know? I don't, just from guessing. I don't know if this is right yet. We'll find out shortly. Okay, so just looking for tangles right now too. Tangles can be easily avoided now. They're harder to avoid later, okay? So think about the way this is all gonna drop down into the cavity of the airplane when you're done. You can avoid a lot of conflict. Okay, so then flaps, I guess I'm gonna throw those on gear maybe? Okay. And then this is, that's the elevator. So elevator is right here. All right, so now let's just see how things work. Aileron 1, aileron 2 is not working, that's okay. Rudder, left, right, elevator up, down, backward. Okay, so in order to switch the direction of travel, you can't just switch it here, okay? You have to switch it there, okay? And why do we have to switch it there? Because it's going to be spatially aware at some point. So I'm gonna get a flat screwdriver just so it's easy to do. And remember, this is probably gonna end up, it can actually go this way too. So what I wanna do is I wanna go ahead and turn flaperons on, okay? I'm gonna put VTEL and delta on. Okay, and I don't feel anything for stabilization yet, okay? So then I wanna see if there's anything else. I think you have to do both or either or. I don't feel anything. There's also gains here. Ooh, this might be too big of a screwdriver, I wonder. I don't think it's reaching down in there. This is too wide.
Might need the little orangey one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know which one you're talking about, camera crew, but I'm just gonna grab one smaller one, see if this works. Looks like a Craftsman one, it might be smaller. Yeah, it is smaller. Okay, so I'm gonna turn all the way that way, all the way that way, all the way that way. I don't see any movement, I don't see any movement, okay? So then I'm gonna switch the flaperons off, nothing. VTEL and delta, nothing. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to go, elevator is going the wrong way, okay? So I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna go to servo setup, travel, sub trim, reverse, elevator. Okay, elevator goes up, elevator goes down. Rotor goes left, rotor goes right, roll left, that is incorrect, roll right, that is incorrect. Now, there's two ways to switch the direction of this. You can either flip to the other aileron, which is usually what you do on a non-spectrum transmit or receiver, or you can do something else. So I don't remember, just offhand, I just actually don't remember. This might need to be over here on the bind plug, because that might be aux 2. Okay, so now that's down. Yep, okay, so that's on this switch. But I think what's going on is that is the mode, okay? So what needs to happen is auxiliary 3 is gonna be like master gain at some point, if I remember right. Still nothing. Still nothing. Okay, so again, guys, it's been a little bit since I did this, so forgive me for not knowing right off the top of my head. So there's our aileron. So currently, I'm just gonna walk out of my menu here. So it looks like that's on auxiliary 2. So auxiliary 2 is controlling whatever's on the bind switch. So that's probably gonna be our flaps, I'm guessing, okay? So that'll be flaps, right? So now we have flaps up and down. Congratulations, we figured something out. Then this is going to be for the flaperons on auxiliary 1, okay? Right. Roll left, that's backward. Okay, so let's go in and fix that. Servo setup, travel, reverse, ailerons, okay? Roll left, roll right, roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right, roll left, roll right. Now, I don't know why it's not tying that output, but I could be plugged into the wrong port, and that would definitely explain it. So flaperons are now plugged now on. Roll left, roll right, and I see no other control surface working. So that tells me that the flaperons are not working on this because I'm plugged into probably what would be the wrong channel, I have to assume. And I don't like that at all. But we're gonna find out here shortly why that's happening. And I think I know what it is, but we'll come back to it here in a little bit. I think it's got something to do with my extension cord. And that would be, and if that was the case, guys, see, I just de-energized the circuit, but then I left the battery plugged in, so not probably like the absolute best thing you can ever do, but it's also not the end of the world. So now, camera crew, if you could just put one hand here for safety, just in case it decides it's gonna do something stupid, like try to throttle up. It shouldn't. Okay. So, I still don't see any behavior at all from this. Still nothing, still nothing. Okay, I'm gonna go to monitor mode. It's like I said, it's just been a while since I did this. That doesn't change anything. That doesn't change anything. That doesn't change. This is tied to something, okay? So I'm physically moving the plane now, trying to trick it. And the flaperon switch is on, and VTEL and Delta are both on because there's gain dia. So I'm gonna turn that knob all the way down, that knob all the way down, and that knob all the way down. And I feel nothing, feel nothing, feel nothing. You would hear it, it would be intense. Okay, gear switch, gear switch. That's what it is, guys. It's the gear switch. So now our stabilizer's operating. Okay, I'm gonna turn them all the way up, all the way up, and all the way up. Okay, so don't worry, it's normal for it to chatter like that. So now if the plane were to yaw, you would see the rudder respond, okay? Okay. Now I shut it off, you see the light? See how it's red versus green. Red and green versus just green. Red and green versus just green. Okay, so I don't have gear on this plane, so it might actually work out good to use this because guess what? I can't plug anything into that at this point. So when we say 7-channel, we mean there are 7 channels, but one of them is gonna be your on-off. What I prefer is there was a way to force it on because there is a master gain. And I'm gonna show you how to do that right now, okay? Go down to system setup, disconnect RF. Oh, wait, I apologize. Don't even need to do that. Once the stabilizer is on, you can use this for amplitude, okay? I'm just gonna hold this on my body. See, there's less and there's more. Okay, so even at neutral setting, I wanna show you one other thing. You have to go into servo setup, and for travel, you're gonna highlight auxiliary 3, and you're gonna put that up even higher. I don't wanna go to 150, I wanna go to like 145, okay? Don't mind the freaking out, that's normal for now. Okay, so now if I turn that all the way down, watch what happens. Almost nothing. Crazy, okay? So you're not gonna need that much. You wanna kind of find the range you want and then kind of turn it in a little bit because you might need more correction on one axis than the other. So I'm gonna just turn this to the middle setting. And then if you want no control, if you want no stabilization at all on any axis, you can just turn the knob all the way down, okay? Or if you wanna use that on off, you can turn everything down and then it's just a regular stabilized or unstabilized. Okay, so crazy amounts of control, almost none, but that might not be none enough for you. So, off. So I wanna make it so that the stabilizer is off on this and on that. So I'm gonna go into servo setup, I'm gonna go travel, I'm gonna go to reverse on the gear channel, okay? So now my normal flight mode, the stabilizer is gonna be on, plane's gonna be able to correct, and then if I have a problem, I can shut it off. That's just my wires. Now it's on. This is where I'm gonna start, kind of a lot. So yaw left, yaw right. You see how it's not working? Super easy to simulate now, because just imagine this is the way it's gonna go. When the plane goes that way, you want the rudder to go the same way, okay? So I'm gonna yaw left, it should go left, and it's not. So there's 2 ways to do it. You can flip your rudder axis here. So rudder left, rudder right, but watch what happens. In doing that, we didn't change our control, okay? So yaw left, yaw right. Okay, now elevator. Elevator up, elevator down. You can see it's doing the correct application of control. Now I'm gonna roll left, roll right. And I just gotta figure out why that's not working, but we'll get back to that. Okay, so roll right, roll left. Now when I lift this, this should go up to resist. Yep, and down to resist. We're getting a lot of feedback right now, but that's okay. That can all be helped by turning the gains to a desirable point. I'm actually gonna turn them down a little bit because it's just too much right now. Okay, so now I'm at the 50% point here, and I can definitely pick up the plane and move it and see the tail. I can see the elevator. I can't really do the ailerons very easy. There's up, there's down, there's up, down, very easy to see. So the chatteriness is definitely one of the things that Lemon has always been like. Not something to be super worried about, but it is definitely a reality we face. So the other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we figure out why that aileron's not working. Now I'm not sure yet why. I think I know why, and that is we just need to mix it in, okay? So the way you mix in an aileron is you have ailerons working here. Don't worry about that chatter. We'll fix that in a minute. Then just go to mixing, because what did I do? Did I do 2?
Do you need to do a different wing type?
Yeah, maybe. So I go down to system setup, disconnect RF. I don't think the wing type is how you do it though. Okay. Wowzers. See how they're going the same direction, guys? Elevator, up, down, yaw left, yaw right. Okay, so because they're going the same direction, I just have to flip one of them. Okay, now they're going opposite directions. So that's rolling me left. Excuse me, that's not. I'm gonna go back over to left and do that. Roll left, roll right, roll left, roll right. I'm actually gonna shut the stabilizer off here in a second. Oh, by the way, now that we did that, watch this. Roll left, roll right. Master gain all the way up, nothing, okay? Master gain all the way down, nothing, okay? Nothing. See how it's not working anymore? That's probably because we changed our wing type. Okay, so we have roll left, we have roll right, we have takeoff flaps, landing flaps. I mean, of course, we have to change the settings on that. So we could get into that now. Let's do that real quick. Let's click and go down to flap system, set it to B, and yes, we do have crow there. Let's just change this a little bit and see what happens. Whoops. Just have to guess and check to see which way you need to go. Why is it not moving either way? That's weird. Oh, you know why? This is auxiliary 2, not flap, okay? So we have to now make the connection inside of system setup for channel design. Flap is on gear. That's why we're having all the weird lights flashing, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna inhibit that. And then auxiliary 2 is gonna be flap. Boom. Now, you're gonna note that we're gonna regain this after we fix it, which we haven't yet. Okay, take off flaps, landing flaps. Roll left, roll right. Yaw left, yaw right. Elevator up, elevator down. Sweet! So now we have to go in and figure out how to assign the gear to an appropriate channel. So remember, if we go to monitor mode at any time, you can see what the channels are doing. Nothing's happening with this now. But we need gear to actually be in command of gear on switch A. System setup. Remember, the aircraft types change some of the channel assignments. Okay, so we have gear as NA. See how it says inhibit? I'm just gonna change that to switch A. Inhibit. Well, I'll just set it to gear, if I can. Ah, so dumb. You guys see what's going on there? Gear is either inhibit, throttle, elevator, rudder, aux2, aux3, flap, or left aileron, right aileron. Okay, so I gotta think this through for a second. I'm gonna inhibit it. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to channel assign. I definitely want right knob to be able to control this. That's critical. aux2 does not need to be tied to anything right there. I can cancel that. Then I can go back in here. Hopefully at this point we should be able to go to
aux2.
Yeah, I don't think that's right though. It's supposed to be gear. That's not aux2. aux2 is this. See, that's working. Now watch. Nothing. See how it's still green and red? Mm-hmm. Now, this is one of the fatal flaws, in my opinion, on the Lemon RX 7 channel with stabilizer receiver is that there's no way to force it on. There's only a way to force it off. And I've always hated that feature because I said I have to waste a channel for no reason for the on-off when I can use master gain to command plenty of on compared to off, which is on auxiliary 3, channel 8. So the reason they do that is because they want to be able to facilitate people that run 5-channel transmitters. Who's running a 5-channel transmitter for air? Not me. Maybe 6, but not 5, okay? There was a 5i back when they designed this. So we do have some complaints there, not an omp issue, definitely. This is just a lemon issue. Okay, so we have full throw up, we have full throw down, we have full yaw right, excuse me, left, then right. Notice it doesn't always return to home. It kind of returns to the right side there. Probably because we need to tighten up this linkage to agree a little bit. So I'll have to play with that a little bit. And honestly, I'll probably fiddle with that off camera because it's just something I can do myself. Now, how do we get this thing to operate so that, okay, so first of all, huge throws, take off flaps, landing flaps. Let's look at flaps for a minute. We were doing that before we ran into that problem. Oh, we have noticed we haven't had that.
Right, now. Because they
can
were.
Can you do that again?
Yeah, can you? That'd be good.
Like that?
No, they missed the whole. There you go, okay.
That was really annoying.
Great.
You know why that was happening? Because we were right at the switch point.
Right.
Between on and off. Because the switch point is not necessarily always at 0.
Oh.
But you have 150 plus and 150 minus, and you have somewhere in the middle 0. When you float around 0, guess what happens? That's what happens. Until you tie a switch to it and tell it what channel to be, okay?
Right.
Otherwise you have a floating control, right? But you'll notice it hasn't chirped once. It's not a cable issue, it was a setting issue.
Setting issue.
All right, so, but that kind of sucks because to set up Crow, it's so easy if you can do this this wing type. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come in here, I'm actually going to roll the plane back. Can you see okay? Because my back is killing me. I'm gonna go back to aircraft type. Sucks to be me. Yeah, I know. You just saw what just happened. You know why I did that? Because check this out.
Now you have.
Because now I have control of A again.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to have gear. And the firmware latches onto gear and says, I want it. No soup for you. So all I have to do now is just completely reverse engineer it. Okay, so roll left, roll right. Now I have to click in here. Go to flap system. I'm gonna see if I can set this up just so we can see it work. Okay, so look what we're doing there. So that's flaps. So now flaps are on switch. Okay, what are we on? Flaps are on flap now, but that says aux 1, okay? So that means gear is free to act as either on or off. Auxiliary 3 is free to act as master gain, with notwithstanding the fact that we don't have a pluggable way to use that. It is only 7 sets of pins here, okay? I think there actually is a way, but it's complicated. I don't know how to do it. I've heard about it before. But the 8th channel is gonna be master gain. So then that leaves channel 2, auxiliary 2, that's doing nothing because we're controlling flaps on flaps, aux 1, which means aux 2 becomes what? Aux 2, also known as the bind plug, right?
Yeah, becomes left aileron, right?
Yep. And check this out. The only reason that's happening is because, guess what? The profiles do not necessarily change when you go from aircraft type to aircraft type. So watch this, channel sign. Aux 1 is N8 out. Okay, that's okay, I can live with that. But then over here, aux 1 is flap. Aux 2, what the heck is aux 2? Aux 2 is actually the bind plug. Aux 1 is this, which is going to that aileron. So why is aux 1 responding to flap? Because it is set to flap. So what we need is we need to unplug this and unplug this, which is a function of switches that we just made from a wing type. And then we need to plug this into aux 2. Now we can walk out. Watch this, watch this. Good, good. Okay, now elevator, rudder, everything is working, including the stabilizer on off with the exception of that servo. Okay, now why is that servo not working? Because when I move my rudder, everything works. Oh, by the way, did you see it just totally reset? that's something we're gonna watch out for, okay? So obviously there's something you didn't like about that combination of events. We'll figure it out. But look, when I move aileron, guess what? aux2 doesn't change, okay? So now all I gotta do is I gotta go to mixing, and I gotta go to mix, and I gotta go to normal, and I gotta go to input, aileron, and I wanna mix that to aux2. And I want a rate of 100 to 100, meaning 100% in, 100% out. And if I'm incorrect, I'll just reverse aux2. Or I'll make this minus 100 and minus 100 output, okay? So watch this. Now watch this, watch this. Whoop, same direction, okay. So I always want that on. And we have flaps, okay. So now I'm gonna see if I can do it the easy way. Servo setup, travel, subtrim reverse, aileron or aux2, one of them. Okay, that one's rolling me that way, that one's rolling me this way. Take off flaps, landing flaps are backwards, so I'm just gonna reverse my flap setting, and as you can see, it works. Roll left, roll right, take off flap, landing flap. Okay, now we can go into flap system again. And we can change the speed finally. I'm actually gonna do 3 seconds on this plane. I'm gonna set this up to 100%. I'm gonna set this takeoff flap setting to like 15. Not enough. I wanna do more. Why don't we do, that's 50? That's full landing, okay. How about we do 40 and then 100, but then check this out, watch this. Now I'm gonna go to servo setup, and I'm gonna go to travel on flaps. And in the landing setting, I'm only on the landing setting. Listen. I can see when it's running into the frame. Oh yeah. So I can get about 125% here, guys. 125. So now watch this. I'm just gonna watch carefully. Watch them so that you can see if they both go even. Take off flaps, good. Mm-hmm. Landing flaps, but one of them bound out.
Just a little bit, yeah.
So I am going to scroll that back to like 110, okay? Now we watch when they stop. And we're laser focused on where they stop. And then I come in here with something and just verify that they're even before we fly. Okay, roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down. Now, the other thing we can do is we can go in here now and we can go elevator correction 6. Actually, I'm pretty sure we're gonna need more. So let's do 8. No, let's do 10. Let's do 10. You know what?
We usually do like 6 and
8.
10.
8 and 12, okay? So that means that elevator should go down when I deploy flaps. Take off flaps, landing flaps. So guys, all I've got to say is I liked using Lemon before because I got used to them. I learned all these things that we've had to rework out, but elevator up, elevator down, roll left, roll right, take off flaps, landing flaps, roll left, roll right, take off flaps, roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right, no flaps, yaw left, yaw right. Now, we have everything physically working except throttle I haven't tested yet. Throttle cuts on and tested, throttle cuts off and tested. We have reverse thrust only. So that's not very helpful. So we're gonna have to set that. We have to set timers, we have to name things, but at the same time, I wanna get my movements correct. So gear off, I want stabilizer on. As you can see, it's green and it's working, okay? Mm-hmm. Also, look at that. That's not good.
Oh.
It's moving my flaps. Why is it moving my flaps? I need to know why. This is not good. Ooh, yes, I don't like it.
That's a lot.
You know why? Flaperons. Flaperons. Flaperon support. Flaperons evidently ties auxiliary 2 to the other flap. Ugh. I have to think about this for a minute. If that's true, then what we have to do is we have to, no, it makes auxiliary 1. Auxiliary 1. Now this is gonna freak everything out, don't worry. It's okay, it's all part of the show, guys. unfortunately, we got to figure out a way to make this work that way now. So now we have roll authority, we have elevator, we have yaw. Everything is, in fact, it's in the right direction too. So the only thing we don't have is now we have to figure out a way to get that not to work. Because that, I mean, actually it would technically fly. It would just be very weird.
That would be weird.
And then the takeoff flaps would be not so helpful. So now I need to figure out a way to switch aux1 and aux2's function. How do you do that, Brian? You're gonna go down to System Setup and hope to God that the firmware didn't get in our freaking way of doing what we need to do. No guarantees. Okay, so aux2. Okay, so aux1 needs to be aux2. And aux2 now needs to act as flap. Oh my gosh. And we just have to reverse that control surface now. Yep, because remember we reversed our servos, so we go back into servo. And some of you guys are thinking, oh, I can't keep up with all this. Hey Brian, I've been trying to wait for years for this thing. I've had now 6 kids go through college. Okay, flaps are reversed. Okay, now we need to reverse what would be aux2, so I'm gonna reverse that. Now we have roll left, roll right, and you better check this, guys, because I have lost planes. I crashed a plane my grandpa worked on for 6 months because I did not check this. I felt pretty bad, he fixed it. Roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right, takeoff flaps, landing flaps, roll left, roll right, elevator, elevator, yaw left, yaw right, and stabilizer off so as not to be oscillating out of control, or stabilizer on as per normal. And as you can see, our yaw, now I'm gonna simulate moving the wing up and watch that one. Up means up. And I'm gonna turn the gains way up. It's probably gonna be a little junky, just be ready for it. Up means up, down means down. Now over here, up means up, down means down. Also, you have to check it with all different modes of flaps to make sure there's not interference. Up means up, down means down. Up means up, down means down, okay? And you'll note that I'm doing this like one at a time because I am not magic and I must test it. So when you guys leave in the comments, hey, I did this right, Brian, I did this thing, man. Oh man, and then it did the other thing and oh man, everybody died. I'll be like, what? Did you check it? No, not really, but I checked it that one time on my last plane. Okay. Up, down. Okay, over here. Up, down. Most of you guys are better than this guy. Some of you aren't. Elevator up, elevator down. Yaw left, yaw right. So, as you can see, if I mount that thing in the same position, relatively flat with the plane on the plane, yes, that's right. Yes. Then this will, I mean, I could tape this down and fly it right now, like but that? It's a little bit dark, might look a little bit ugly. But to be frank, it's actually not a terrible spot to have it because there ain't much going on up there. And I actually could Velcro the dang thing in like that.
Like that? Oh.
Gear, switch. Oh, that's cool, dude. Hey, man, Brian, look at that. You can see the lights in there. Oh, man, it looks like a UFO, dude.
Hey, you might have to switch me mics.
Oh, no. Okay, we'll pause. Okay, we got it fixed, guys. Now, if you were to rotate this upside down, what would happen?
Everything would be opposite.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
The stabilization would be backwards, right?
Nope. Not everything. The roll would be the same. But you know what wouldn't be the same? The pitch.
Up and down.
Because it's the opposite. It's the perpendicular. Okay, so I'm gonna stand like the plane. The perpendicular channel would then be wrong. So your elevator axis would be backward.
Oh.
And your yaw axis would be backward.
That'd be fun.
Oh yeah. Diversity antennas, antennas, not antennae. Okay, so this one's kind of tangly-dangly. I don't like that. I'm gonna untangly-dangly it. You know what else I could do now? I could actually take out some of the extension cords and just see kind of where we lay. I don't know if I have enough length to do all that. Because at this point, I need this to either be flat somewhere or flat about where it was, because I kind of don't hate that spot. It would be cool if I could put it here somehow and actually have it secured without being totally hokey. By the way, These are your antennas. You don't want them to be right next to a carbon fiber spar, to be frank, because that would not be so good. Man, if I had a 3D printed mount for that, that'd be really nice right there.
It's gonna be hard to put the battery in though.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, I need to have those extension cords on there. Now, the other thing you can do is you might be able to take and run this all somewhere else, you know, wiring wise, and then just mount that underneath everything or back on that vent. Problem is, like, if you put it on that vent, it'd be great for storing it, but it'd be bad the first time you have like a grass lining because you're gonna spray water up into the receiver.
Get stuff up there.
Yeah, that's not good. The other thing is, I feel like we have room for movement right now to get the battery slid forward or slid back if we need to get the CG right. Which, by the way, one minor detail we ran into, we can't find the CG on this plane.
Nope.
And it's not because it doesn't exist, it's just because like it's not listed anywhere.
It's not listed in the instructions.
I'm like, yeah, it might be kind of a good one to list for future reference. So honestly, my complaints on this plane are pretty simple. A, the decals are, which totally forgivable, not a big deal, very preference oriented. Secondly, why was the servo not reversed? Again, not a huge issue, definitely an issue. Not a huge issue. This one's down lower. I don't like that. Just a hair. I don't feel like I remember that being the case. And sometimes when you go back and forth in profiles, they will do that. Is that one up?
No, this one is like almost exactly.
Does it return to home? Yeah. See this one? It's down, but just slightly. I want to fix it. I'm going to pause and fix it, and we'll come right back. It's a perfecto mundo. See? It's perfect now. Okay, guys, let's talk. We got to talk about dual rates and expo. Okay, dual rates and expo are going to go like this. Okay, you're going to go dual rates and expo. You're going to go into each of them. You're going to turn it on to whatever switch you want or series of switches. I like it like this. I like to double it, and I like to double it again. And then I like to drop the rates down, okay? Hey, but Brian, how come you're going to do all three together? Well, you're going to do all three together because I don't want to waste that many switches. Are you kidding me? And plus, my brain doesn't work fast enough to flip 14 different switches like this. Okay, so we're going to do 5% minimum expo. Then we're going to go to 10. And guess what? We're going to start at 10. We're going to be able to have a doubling effect on expo, which means you're going to soften the sticks. Then you're going to reduce the output a little bit in the top. Or you can have less if you're too soft, okay? Nobody wants to be too soft. Trust me. I can imagine what it'd be like. Okay, so 20, and then we'll drop this down to 90. And you're like, well, why that, Brian? Because then you start in the middle, you can have it or you can double it. So if you have too much, you can back it off. If you have too little, you can double it, okay? But also when you get to the ground, whatever axis was giving you too much sensitivity, not enough sensitivity, change just that one and then have a half and a double again. And then if you take off and you're still having problems, then double it again or maybe halve it again. Then half and double the top setting and the bottom setting. And what that does for you is that every time you go to fly, then you can have some sort of a basic okay setup, okay? Now, with our stabilizer on, you should see that it's responds, but I just turned my master gains down to half, okay?
Oh, okay.
So it's gonna do its thing, but again, we don't actually have this, we don't have the receiver actually mounted, okay? So it'd be really easy to forget that, and so for that reason, we're gonna open this back up and just look where we put it. We put it down there, so obviously at an angle, it's definitely not okay. The other thing that people have been known to do is they will mount them on the bottom of this tray, but that gets really hard to get mounted, but it's better than dinking around with it every time you go to fly, okay? So we have expo, we have dual rates, we have throttle cut already turned on, okay? Now we need to go to, what else? Timer. So let's set our timer to, let's say, I think 8 minutes with a 1 out active at 25%. That means when you go over 25%, it starts the timer. I want a 1 minute voice, 30 seconds, nothing, 20 seconds, nothing. And then voice, and with expiration, we're gonna have tone and vibrate with a tone every minute thereafter. Now what that means is we are going to have an audible alarm that says 1 minute left, and then we're gonna have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. They're gonna count it down. Then at that point, since it's a prop-driven plane, you're also gonna just be watching for telltale signs of like losing power, okay? Also, I noticed that this rudder is not quite centered, and it's hard for you to see because the camera crew is at a weird angle. So as you can see there, it's just sticking over a little bit too far this side. So while we also pause the video for the last little adjustment, since we already showed you this, I'm gonna get out my awesome key, and I'm gonna either tighten this or relax that. So let's just show you, because this is kind of a weird thing. We haven't done it very often. Also, if you guys are new to the channel, you wanna help support us because we put this long, high quality content together, then you can support us on Patreon, PayPal, but really the best thing to do is just watch the videos, smash the like button, and click the bell for notifications so that when we have new content coming out, you can watch it. But really, financially, the best thing you can do is buy the planes and equipment that we review, whether it be a plane or a helicopter or whatever it is that we're reviewing on a given day, like a leaf blower someday. Okay, now let's test this. What we do on YouTube is, I'm very passionate about it. My wife is not. My wife, the camera crew. And so for her, it's a bigger sacrifice than for me because I love this stuff anyway. See how it's not returning to the center? I gotta be honest with you. I think what's gonna happen is once we're airborne, there's gonna be a certain amount of resistance on this. So it's gonna tend to wanna pull it back, but I'm a little bit reluctant to just trust that. I wanna see it actually work. And I'm still not 100% sure that that's gonna be good enough. So I'm gonna have to loosen this side even more yet. So guys, that's pretty much the gist of it. We do this stuff because I love it, and my camera crew, wonderful wife of many, many years, mother of our 4 children, is willing and able to help me.
I do also have a name. It's just a joke.
Her name is Megan. It's just a hilarious joke. The whole camera crew. That's right. Camera crew's
stick around longer. You'll get it.
You'll get it eventually. It's an inside joke, guys. It's not even really that good of a joke, but it is definitely a joke nonetheless. Did we have to glue this on?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
You did.
Okay, guys, one thing you could do that I didn't do good is you could tighten that a little bit more. Push it together more. It would help.
Before you crimp it?
No, I'm talking about those 3 glued joints.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You can glue it tighter and it will help a little bit with the play, but I still firmly believe, like, look, when I let go of the stick, it's mostly centered. It's mostly centered. It's not like it's way off to one side or the other. It's just kind of there. And you're not always doing huge moves like that. I mean, what happens is the stabilizer is also operating the plane too. And so there's always little corrections going on. So I'm not super worried about it. As long as there's not like a huge milliamp hour or milliamps, huge current load from trying to pull it back into position, I'm not super worried about it. Okay. Also, I noticed that I have a lot of throw on this model, a lot of throw. And so it's possible I may need to go in and turn my expo and dual rates up even more, or possibly even run a little bit lower rates, because I have a ton of throw on all these surfaces, like tons. I'm not sure on that. So I think what I'm gonna do is we're probably gonna pause for a minute. I'm gonna get this receiver, well, I don't even know, should we pause? They've gone through this whole video. I feel bad, like we're cheating them.
We're gonna have to here soon.
Okay, so one thought is we could take some sort of a foam member and make a mounting point here, okay? Another equally potentially appropriate would be just go onto the ground. Okay, if we go on the ground, I can feed the wires through all these bulkheads. Are they even able to see the bulkheads? See, this is a problem, guys. This step, I'm not even gonna be able to show you because I'm gonna have my hands in here and it's gonna be like, you see what I'm doing, guys? You see what I'm doing?
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pause, we'll reset, we'll get that thing pushed down in a spot, and we'll show you what it looks like when it's done. If you have any questions, I mean, that's just something you gotta work through on every model. If you're building this exact model, follow the links to the video description below. Buy what we share. You'll help to support us and the people that support us supporting you, which is basically the companies that send us these beautiful planes. I can't afford to buy these planes. There's too many of them. I couldn't. I make a good living, I can't afford it. It's just an amazing perk of the job. But at this point, I just want you guys to understand the best way you can support us is buy this stuff and the links. It builds our relationships with the vendors, manufacturers, distributors, hobby shops, all these different small one-off shops, the guys that are working small websites on their own that have nobody backing them up. and we're out here trying to bring their product to market. Obviously, Omp is not one of those. They're a big enough company. But at the same time, they're still small compared to some of the big guys that we work with. And we work with all of them. And we are truthful about all of them. And we point out the same flaws on all of them. The fact that there's no LEDs on this plane is disgusting to me. But at the same time, it's also not that big a deal. I'm not generally going to fly this at night. It's got good color. It should be relatively easy to see. But really, guys, after all these years, you haven't heard it. But I understand why you did it, and I can forgive you because otherwise I love this plane. Also, you can add lights relatively easy if you really want them. I just don't like being the apologist for stupid decisions. It's a stupid decision. Put LEDs on these planes. Otherwise, I love the plane. The one reverse servo, stupid decision. Should have been fixed. Not a big deal. Manufacturer, I got it done. I showed your people how to get it done. But at the same time, next time, put a reverse servo in there. It doesn't cost like any more. It might be like 2 cents more on the actual product or 3 cents more. It's just buy the correct one for the correct job. That being said, not everybody's going to do that. Some people are going to do full length ailerons. And so for that reason, I sort of understand, but it's something to keep in mind. Most people are going to do inboard flaps, and you know it. And they're not going to use 2 channels because that's ridiculous. And if it's not ridiculous, then you guys have way too much money to blow on receivers. Okay, I have expensive stuff. And I still don't do that because I'm not putting an 8-channel receiver in this. Are you crazy? Okay, what else? Battery size, good. I think we could probably do 5,000 to be honest, but we'll see if that's an issue. Also, CG not being marked in the manual. Oh, really? Seriously? This thing is amazing. You're gonna leave that out, get that in the manual. I don't care if it's an addendum. I don't care if you take a sticky note and stick it on the box when you ship it, whoever's selling these. Do that. Because CG is really important, especially if you got a beginner plane. Well, and to be frank, this is not a beginner plane. So, but otherwise, other than those like 3 very minor issues, beautiful finish, tightly wrapped, went together amazing. Oh, also, I'm gonna undo these 4 screws and just switch 2 of the black wires. So when we come back, do the final wrap up on this, we'll show you everything. So stay tuned, guys, so much more from Brian Phillips RC. And don't worry, we're gonna show you. Stay tuned. Right now, it's not over. Okay, so the Mexican food restaurant wouldn't stay open late enough for us to finish, so we had to stop. Anyway, so we came up with a solution here. Okay, so we have our ailerons, our elevator, our rudder, our takeoff flaps, and our landing flaps, but then I mentioned crow earlier, and I never talked about it. That's because I forgot. Sorry, guys. Okay, so here's how I establish crow. Boom and boom. You'll note that they still work. Also, I set it up in such a way that I can use crow anytime I want, which is, I can use spoilerons anytime I want, which is just sort of a weird thing. I probably won't use it. It's also fast acting, so I might play with this a little bit so I can see if I can get it to tie directly to the flap movement like this, so we have that delayed deployment. But for now, I'm gonna show you exactly how I did what I already have. And it's super easy to do, and the camera crew is gonna sneak around. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna go to mixing. I made 4 separate mixes. You could probably do it with 2 if you were careful. I'm just gonna show you exactly what it looks like. Okay, so C impacts aileron. That's for the left aileron, okay? And it only impacts it when C is in the middle condition, as such. But then when it's in the top condition, it doesn't do anything. And when it's in the bottom condition, it doesn't do anything. But you're noticing, look over there, it goes up higher, and then it goes up lower, and then it goes up none. Well, how'd you do the other 2 steps? Well, the way I did the other 2 steps was just like this. I basically made the same mix, and I did it like this. Now, like I said, you might be able to actually do that all within one, but I ran into too many different glitches, and so I just wanted to show you guys the way I did it. So you can see it's at 0, 100, offset 0, and then this one, see how that little black dot moves as I flip the switch? So there's no change, no change, no change. But see, this is no change, that's change, that's change just from the other mix, and then that's change on this mix. Okay, so now let's look. And remember, this speaks to just one of the 2 ailerons. Remember, sometimes you call out a left aileron and you're like, it's actually the right aileron. It doesn't matter as long as they go the right way. Then I had 2 more mixes that are exactly the same except opposite for the output on aux 2. Now, why aux 2? Because aux 2 is where we landed for our actual setup. So you can see this one's minus 100. It looks just like the other one. And then nothing and nothing. I'm gonna just go back, then we'll go to this, and you can see this one looks a lot like the first one. So we have nothing, nothing, and then in the middle setting, we have this connection, okay? So now what we've done is we've tied that all to the switch setting. One thing I might tweak and play with off camera and see if I can get it to work is just so it's tied exactly to the flaps. But that is a bit of a disadvantage because currently I can actually run those things up anytime I want. So if the camera crew comes around, I'm gonna show you again. So we have our normal takeoff flaps in the normal spot so I know how to fly the normal plane. Takeoff, landing flaps, all that stuff. Then I have this I can add in if I want. So suppose I'm coming for a landing, it's real sharp, boom, I'm ready to go. And then we still have stabilization. Let me demonstrate in the half mode because it's just easier to see. Okay, stabilizer off right now. Stabilizer on, and I left this out so I could show you. See how it's moving up, down. And what I can do is I can demonstrate rolling the whole plane. Watch that go up when I lift it up, down. Now same thing over here, it's a little harder to see. Gonna go up, down, okay? So then same thing, wiggle the tail, wiggle left, wiggle right. Okay, elevator up, elevator down. See how that works? Okay, now I'm gonna stabilizer off, no change. Okay, pretty cool guys. So that's how I did that. Now, just real quick, one last detail I wanna go over. The camera crew is gonna go right here. Basically, I need to mount that thing. And I've been toiling over this, and I'm like, how can I mount this thing? I really don't wanna mount it to the plastic or to the wrapping covering. Sorry guys, I couldn't find the word. So what I came up with is I came up with some different plastic choices. Now, I may not go with this particular plastic choice, but my idea is I'm gonna basically take, oh, I gotta turn the stabilizer off as I do this. Is that off? No, it's off. I don't want it to go like crazy while I'm doing this. So I also diverted my antennas, but I may not divert the antennas. Not sure. I don't always do that. I used to always do that. I kind of want to have it here or even here if I can get it to work, because then I have full access to get my hands in here to work. Now, I can actually mount this sideways, but then that does the same thing as flipping it upside down. It changes my orientation of which axis. That would be the elevator and the pitch axis rotate. So if you decide to do that, then you can change it and then you could just smack it on the side. But again, it's awkward. I want it to be square, I want it to be centered as much as possible because it's just easier to get at. So I thought about these things. These are like pickup tubes from lotion bottles. It's dry here. We go through a lot of it in Iowa. And so what I was gonna do is I was gonna cut these to length. Again, I'm just using literal garbage to make this. You could use balsa wood if you wanted, you know, that'd be the appropriate thing. And there's this cutout right here. Can you see it in the video? I was thinking if I rode that rail, then I could just support the radio system like this. And I can literally just hot glue the dang thing in there. Or I can make it so that I can pivot the thing in and just hold it right there. And then the cover goes on just like normal. Everything is intact. We're out of all the pull system. It just happens to be that that stupid servo is right where I need to do everything. And no matter how many times and no matter how many ways I came up with, every time I did it, I would come up with the same symptom, which is, it's kind of a bad spot. So if there were ever a plane where maybe the lemon might actually be a little bit more work than it's worth, this could be it. But it is gonna work and you'll see that when we do our maiden flight. So guys, if you haven't already seen the maiden flight, definitely check it out. It should be in one of these corners because the video should be coming to an end and our end screens always point you to the playlist for a particular plane. So as you can see, we've got full crow, we got takeoff landing flaps, we've got full function of the normal control surfaces. We obviously flip direction of the throttle. As you can see, it's blowing stuff off the counter. Throttle cuts back on. Hopefully I didn't break my cover. But basically this thing is doing everything you want and more, plus stabilization, okay? So really good. The only thing you lose with this particular receiver is auto leveling. Auto leveling is very nice. Now you can get the auto leveling with the DSMP option from Lemon, and all you gotta do is just follow our links and just navigate where you need, and we'll still get credit for the sales and things like that, which you guys, when you're buying stuff through the links, you're helping us financially. That's what we do. That's how we make this a business. But at the same time, we love this stuff. I was doing it for years before it was a business, and I'm doing it now as a business, and I still love it. So the thing is, if you want to help support us, buy these things from the links. You'll help support us in that we'll get small commissions, and you'll help support the manufacturers, distributors, and different vendors, hobby shops, things like that we work with, small one-off, small time people that are just doing Kickstarter programs. We've done them all, okay? And you'll be helping to support them by buying their product, and they'll know that we help direct you to them. So that helps us to build clout with them. So when they come up with the next project, they might help us, you know, so just, it's a win-win-win for everybody. So at the end of the day, this thing it looks gorgeous. I hope it flies near as good as I think it's gonna fly, because it feels, it sounds, it looks. It was a pretty easy build. There were some challenges with the servo. I definitely did the decals. I didn't put the Cobra on there. I didn't like the way it looked because I didn't think it made sense. And I did do the omp-bm up here. I put my Bushmaster stickers over the pin striping on the side, which I thought was pretty cool. And then I did the omp-bm under here and under here and then up here. So of course you guys will see all that stuff in the maiden flights. But putting decals on it's so easy to do, and we didn't want to waste your time with it. So we didn't do that on camera. But the thing is, once I get this thing mounted, we'll make sure to pay special attention to that in the maiden, so you guys can see that if you haven't already seen it. So once we take this thing off, fly it and all that stuff, I'll make sure to pop the cover and show how it ended up. So for those of you that have watched the entire thing. So thanks guys, don't forget to like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, all the normal stuff you've always done to help support this channel and make it what it is. Because honestly, if you weren't there, we would quit doing it because there's really no purpose to it. I mean, I love doing this stuff and I love airplanes, but we have hundreds and hundreds of them. And there's a certain point where you just you have enough planes. Well, the thing is, I have enough planes, but there's some good ones coming. So I don't really have enough planes. And you guys know exactly what's going on, because as soon as you get bit by this hobby, you're gonna be in for life. So if you're a lifer just like me, then stay tuned, because we have so much more coming. We have helicopters, we have airplanes, we have things sitting here ready to go. We have things waiting to publish. We have things coming that we can't talk about, which is super fun and exciting and one of the best parts of this project here on Brian Phillips RC. And we want you guys along for the ride. And if you're brand new or just returning to the hobby, you are in the right place. We're gonna help get you where you wanna go. We're gonna work through technology issues together. We're gonna point out flaws. We're gonna point out success stories, and we're gonna help you guys get where you wanna be. So thanks for being part of Brian Phillips RC. If you wanna be a Patreon, Patreon's at the top. And then there's PayPal as well. PayPal's one time, Patreon's monthly. We don't even really recommend that. What we recommend is you buy stuff from the links, but our best supporters do both, which is cool and super humbling. So special thanks to our Patreons. I think we're up to like 37 or 38 people right now, which is super cool and really helpful. But at the end of the day, we really just love you guys watching the videos, buying the stuff from the links, enjoying this hobby, just getting out there, get off the seat, get out, fly some stuff, and come back and watch some more from Brian Phillips RC.